listed in everywhere, and eventually start a venture fund to help the younger, like even younger generation founders. But what's going on with the cyberspace? What's going on with the internet? How's the current stage? If this is revolution, how's the current stage of revolution? What's the next step of the revolution? I think that's a question not a few people talk about. And today I'd like to share my thoughts and our experiments so far. So little background about what I've done outside of crypto. I did something called like 1996 movement back in the days on GitHub. We create many licenses, the 1996 license, and we use GitHub as a way to do hacktivism or activism that eventually blow up, become the top 10, still the top 10 GitHub repo. I got a lot of like Stockware airdrop for this. Pretty cool. And that's a revolution. You use the cyberspace as a battleground, and that's a revolution. And when I did that back in my like first year in crypto, I was like recording something I read as a teenager. That's very few people still code this in the industry right now. That's the 1996 Declaration of Independence of Cyberspace by the EFF founder John Peter Barron. He said that the governments of the industrialized world, you were giants of flesh and steel. I come from cyberspace, the new home of mind. And he also said, you have no sovereignty where we gather. So that is a masterpiece written by him from 1996. I didn't see a lot of people code this nowadays, but that's like the enlightenment one when I was a kid. And that reason pushed me jump into the crypto or Web3 or whatever cyberspace revolution. Basically, we kind of agree. I think a lot of OG and core people in the industry agree that we are heading to something called of like network state, doesn't matter, something like independent power superseding the nation states. And there's some takeaways from his declaration, even like 30 years ago. There's some goals we are aiming for, right? The independence, the declaration. There's a battle we are in the middle of. We call it a great civil war, the battle about not only privacy, the battle about decentralization, the battle about like more nodes running Ethereum, the battle about like fewer company, fewer nation state control it. And there's role models, right? Vitalik is one of the role models, and there's other cypherpunks, right? Edward Snowden, Aaron Schwartz, and even more. And there's people sacrifice from it, right? There's missions. But in reality, we are in a very interesting stage, right? What happened in the next cycle, and in the previous cycle, 2021, people start to have DeFi Legos connect to each other. Cyberspace by the EFF founder John Peter Barron. He said that the governments of the industrialized world, you're very giants of flesh and steel. I come from cyberspace, the new home of mind. And he also said, you have no sovereignty where we gather. So that is a masterpiece written by him from 1996. I didn't see a lot of people code this nowadays, but that's like the enlightenment one when I was a kid. And that reason pushed me jump into the crypto or Web3 or whatever cyberspace revolution. Basically, we kind of agree. I think a lot of OG and core people in the industry agree that we are heading to something called of like network state, doesn't matter, something like independent power
superseding the nation states, and there's some takeaways from his declaration even like 30 years ago. There's some goals we aim for, right? The independent
Hello? Can everyone hear me? Raise your hand if you can hear me. Raise your hand if you can hear me. Okay, awesome. Welcome. As we're waiting for more people to come to this conversation, I can give a little bit introduction about myself and Mask Network. My name is Afra. I'm leading the marketing and the growth with Mask Network. Mask Network is actually a very comprehensive foundation-like company that does a lot of investment on decentralized social infrastructure. We build decentralized identity protocol, NextID. We build a Lens and a Farcaster client called Firefly. So Mask Network is basically this comprehensive organization that's trying to advance the frontier of decentralized social. So how many of you here care about decentralized social? Raise your hand if you care about decentralized social. Yes, yes. Anyone who has their hand raised should feel supported by Mask Network and should feel supported and connected to us. Without further ado, today we have a amazing lineup of many guests talking about a variety of issues. But just for me, being in Mask for the past 2 years is really me witnessing this entire social landscape changing. From the nascent blue sky coming to everyone's eyesight, to the acquisition of Twitter, now become X.com, to the recently really crazy Farcaster wave with the invention of frames. I think we will have a lot of interesting topics to cover, not only from this very academic aspect, but also the newest, what's going on in the market. So the first panel, we will have Mask Network's founder, Suji, and a very long-term Mask's friend, Nathan Schneider, to have a fireside talk. And Nancy will be the moderator for this talk. So I will welcome the 3 amazing people to come on the stage and talk about things we care about. All right, Nancy, I will hand over the mic to you.
Hello, everyone. How are you? My name is Nancy Wu. I'm the Mask Academy Curator, which is a nonprofit entity of Mask Network. We donate and fund top universities and institutions of their initiatives and programs of Web3 research and storytelling. I think I have the most exciting job to change the Web3 world. Thanks to one person, Suji Yan, is now sitting next to me. So Suji is the founder of Mask Network. When he was about 9 years ago, when he was 19 years old, he was still coding in some basement in UIUC in Illinois. And he had a very clear vision how to change the world, just like the cypherpunks. So he dropped out from the school and started something later become Mask Network. Suji can now do it alone because he had help from many like-minded friends. So one of them is Nathan Schneider, who is an activist, journalist, and currently teaching at University of Colorado Boulder. Actually, Nathan recently just published a book, which is very exciting. So the 2 first met in 2019 in China, and they met on this platform co-op and started to cook up the ideas lead to today's decentralized revolution. So I'm gonna give the mic to Nathan to start the conversation with Suji. Let's hear about the conversation from the 2 amigos.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nan. And it's just such a pleasure to be here. Welcome to all of you who are not from Colorado. I feel very lucky to be in the state here where we get to host this event every year. and also, you know, keep an eye out for the values embedded in this. For instance, the DAO, Spork DAO, that runs ETH Denver is organized as a cooperative business, and that's a way of doing things that's really deep. It's really close to my heart and fits into these values of decentralization. You know, in the last 5 or so years since we first met in 2019, so much has changed, right? I mean, at that time, decentralized social was more of a dream than a reality. It was something that a lot of us were doing around the edges, playing around with experimental apps and protocols. Today, you know, we're more than a year into the Musk apocalypse, and we have a real chance to do what, you know, to build what I call in you know, the book that Nan just mentioned. The title of the book is Governable Spaces, and we're really at a moment where we have a chance to build social networks that are truly governable spaces, which means spaces that that the participants can shape, can truly own and govern on their own terms. So Suyi's been such a leader in developing this this movement. I've used for years apps that he's participated in building, and so I'm just so curious to hear his perspective today. I want to start out with a question about you know, where you see the kind of state of the art right now. What is the state of decentralized social? How far are we along? What still needs to be done? You know, can you lay a bit of a you know, broad strokes picture of where decentralized social is right now?
I think when Mask and my friends started the idea in 2016, 2017, there's only the GNU social and Mastodon was around you know, around this small area, and it's purely non-profit. The first major wave was actually initiated by that time the Twitter company. When Jack was still the CEO, he wanted to do something different. So he initiated the Blue Sky, which I think on the balance sheet, Blue Sky now spin out, but on the balance sheet they have a 15 million grant from Twitter, which is the IPO company.
Yeah,
and
I mean, it's so striking that he came to the conclusion after running Twitter that this should not be a company. This should be a protocol.
Yes. And that's a kind of like a changing, a huge change even for us, because like I remember, because we're almost self-funding ourselves, like we are selling our Bitcoin holdings, and it's quite painful experience. A lot of like my friends, they believe me, but they kind of lose faith in this sector, and I think Jack is like donating and shouting did make a difference. We actually become quite financially, I guess, successful, thanks to him, but it didn't solve the problem, right? And that time, Blue Sky was not really a company that just like putting all the together. So I remember there's a Blue Sky ecosystem page created by the founder of GunDB, and we were on that page, and also Matt Stone, also other folks. And it's not really say we're gonna create a new AT protocol. It's just a random group. They said we'll create something, and we're gonna figure out. We're gonna talk to everybody who's trying this. And more funny, it's not a Twitter group. It's a group on Discord. I remember clearly. I don't know why they choose Discord, but it's like it's a group on Discord. That's the first wave, and the second wave is like the Twitter acquisition. It's almost 1 year. Like it's almost 2 years, I'd say. I think, you know, I don't like the current version of Twitter under Elon, but I won't say the old version is perfect. And honestly, I say it could be worse. It could be worse. Like I always think like every one of us in this community, no matter what's really open source or whatever, we kind of like have some responsibility to the failure of this like Twitter at current stage. Because I remember clearly back in the times around the 2017 Bitcoin bull run,
to the 2021 bull run, that's around like 4 years, right? Within that 4 years, Jack tried many things inside Twitter, including Blue Sky, including many things. We have like a lot of deals signed with them, a lot of like MOUs. It doesn't matter anymore right now, but I feel there's strong tension inside. That's because of the shareholder structure, the attitude management. You know, the famous hedge fund PE.
Yeah.
They are the activism investor. They have a huge stake, and they don't like Jack's approach. They're worse than Elon. Honestly, I do think Elon at least cares some of the social networks, free speech per his understanding, but attitude management, that guy doesn't really care, right? He want to turn Twitter into a printing machine to print money.
Yeah.
So I think it can be worse. So we're not really in the best situation right now, but definitely we are not in the worst situation, because these guys can definitely make Twitter a private company and do other shitty stuff. So I think it's lucky that it's Elon turn it into a private company, but it's also a bad thing that it's him. That's the controversial side, and I can imagine a better individual to take that from the stock market, but also I can imagine there's way better management can run the current Twitter. So that's a controversial thing, right? I think every one of us responsible when we see that small window for 3-4 years there. We didn't do much, and we can't do much as a small company that time. I think there's many huge funds out there. They're just waving billions of dollar check, and they just like SoftBank, Andreessen, what they're doing.
Well, I gave them a chance, because in 2017, a group of us ran a shareholder proposal at Twitter saying, this is a risk. You're vulnerable to capture. You should do distributed ownership among your users. So we gave them a chance.
What happened? You received a letter from SEC, right?
Well, they tried to stop us at the SEC, but the SEC actually ruled in our favor. And
is that
allowed
Gary in the office?
Free, no? Yeah. Okay. But it allowed the proposal to go forward, and we got about 4% of the vote or something like that. And then after that, we ended up creating social.coop, which is a co-op that runs a Mastodon server.
Yeah.
Right. And so, we had to do that, what we call in like social movement talk, like dual power, confronting the authority, but also, building an alternative. But the point about Elon, I think there's a shift too, in that at least, in the earlier regime, what we media scholars used to criticize was there was at least this claim that we're building a neutral platform, right? Jack Dorsey and Mark Zuckerberg and all these kinds of figures were like, okay, we're going to at least pretend we're building a neutral platform. The way Elon Musk runs this show is like, I don't like it when people say cis gender or something, so I'm going to ban everybody. It's like his show, right? There's no longer this claim that it's an open platform. It's become a fiefdom. A core concept in this book I just wrote is implicit feudalism. The feudalism has gotten a lot more explicit now.
He revealed the truth.
Yeah, he revealed the truth.
It's always like that.
And you're right. It's not like it was glory days before. Right?
Yeah, and that's the first stage, and from that time, like, it's really weird because I was a journalist. Like you're also a journalist, right? We were in the cycles of people reporting acquisitions, and just when Elon came in, suddenly every huge PE VC just like begged him to take money to take Twitter out of the stock market. But back in the days, they don't really have balls to acquire enough stake. Here's a very interesting story. I'm open to say that right now. Like almost 1 or 2 years before the Elon thing happened, I was on a yacht with CZ, the Binance head, right? I was telling him, that the Twitter stock, Twitter market cap is actually smaller than your Binance coin. It's that time I remember clearly. It's 260 or 250, 25 billion. And he didn't believe that. He actually took out his phone. We are on his yacht, like luxury yacht, and we're just having some fun. He just searched Google Twitter market cap,
and then he just searched. He know the Binance Coin market cap. He's like, oh, that's a really interesting deal. I think he did bought some personally, but everyone just don't think Twitter gonna make money, so just like they stay there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and our industry, the crypto industry, in the bull market have a lot of cash, just wasted on the other like SAM layer 3, layer 2, again and again, and no one dare to touch the, I say the holy thing of the internet, that is the social network.
Yeah.
Now they start to realize it's important. So yeah, that's my opinion. I think we just review the true identity of Twitter and the true situation of the social platform or any internet platform running centralizedly.
Yeah. All right, well, let's do a little bit of a poll here. Just to map out the kind of ecosystem that we're talking about here. Who here is on, for instance, Farcaster? Okay, fair amount of hands. That would not be the case at anywhere other than a crypto conference, but okay. Noster. You Nosters, okay. Mastodon. Even fewer. Blue Sky. All right. Some people who weren't on others. Crypto Twitter. Everybody. All right. So right now we're in a situation where I'm in a situation, I don't know about you all, but where I have so many of these apps that, like, if I want to post anything to people that might be interested in something, I want to share, I feel like I'm going to 500 different apps. One thing you've been interested in is building apps that integrate these pieces together. One of the dangers of decentralization, one of the things that can go awry is it just becomes unwieldy. How do you see this ecosystem of all these different emerging networks and protocols coalescing into something that is manageable in the way that, I don't want to call email manageable, but at least I can still use it all in one client?
Yeah. So like even Google and Microsoft was fighting like hell back in the days. You can email each other, like Hotmail can email Gmail, no problem. But right now, the funny part is like, cause I think Mask team is probably the one of the only, I think maybe the only one talking to every other social protocol. Like, like Nostr people are so Bitcoin. So if we propose to add stablecoin payment, Nostr 99 words, it's just gonna mad instantly. No idea why. And like the same thing apply for Blue Sky v Mastodon, which is running on ActivityPub. Like we all agree, ActivityPub is really old protocol, but there's no reason not to be compatible, right? And the same thing apply for like Lens and Farcaster. They're all, I think, EVM based. You use Ethereum, key pairs, EVM and ENS. No one is doing the bridge, and that's one thing. Another thing is like people who have money have no intention to donate to nonprofit that don't really have money. We become the largest donor for Mastodon. That's weird, because the second largest donor is Samsung. And when we finish donation, we're like, oh, it's not really a big check, 100K, and per year maybe 200K, 300K. Maybe we're some top donor, but then it's the review of the identity. The review from the CFO is from Mastodon is like we are the largest single donor.
Wow.
And I know lots of the social platform they raise tons of money.
Yeah.
Right. And again, these people don't donate to Bitcoin people. The Nostr problem, right? So again, I think the problem is not really we don't have enough good design in social networks. There's beautiful things to learn from each protocols, right? Some of them have special feature on moderation, which is very important because you don't want to let like neo-Nazi take out the platform. You don't, like you can give them the freedom to write on blockchain, but have the freedom to moderation is another very important thing. So a lot of design don't really have it. Another platform, several other protocols, they never think about the GDPR, which they have the right to forget, right to erase your data. And once your blockchain, you cannot really erase. Maybe you should erase your key. So that's a completely new design. People just don't think about it. And I was in DC for 2 years. for last 2 years, one of the reasons I try to talk to the people who are in the office, right? And I was trying to, talk to them like, what's going on with TikTok? Do you really think that's a Chinese spy thing? I didn't get an answer, but I'm open to do the conversations, right? I think once the decentralized social really take off, have like 10 million of users, that's going to be a huge problem. How can you let the government, like the three-letter agencies, not try to censor, not try to control everything? You have to have a way to negotiate with them.
Yeah.
I think we are also the only one really actually spending money in DC, like helping and not me. Like I'm not American. Like let the American activism groups to do something. Donate to J School, right? Because early Twitter is not because of the investors, right? Definitely investors play a huge role, like Silicon Valley cool people, VC, Jack's friend, all these VCs, they play a huge role in the early Twitter. But the early Twitter is also like South by people, musicians, right? Cool celebrities and journalists. And J School need donations. No one doing that. So I just feel like a little bit sad. I think people are still fighting each other in this small decentralized social community. I don't see any points of doing that, right? I mean, yeah, we can do business. Like if we do business, we do investment. We're investor of Lens. We investor of the Orb, which is a Lens app. We acquire a lot of like apps, such as the Twitter OX, which is the Twitter plus Mastodon app. When we do that, we talk about business, like, oh, the valuation makes sense or not, the price is good or not. But even the deal didn't went through. We still want to help. Yeah. I didn't see much of that happening right now. So that's why I think we are just calling everyone and say, hey, we need to have a neutral common standpoint that just help every decentralized social network, no matter with crypto, with blockchain, or with whatever blockchain, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, you can do whatever chain you want. Yeah. To help it to win.
Well, the point you're making, it's so important that you bring up investment structures here because, I remember early on when I started doing that Twitter campaign, one of the early engineers at Twitter came up to me at an event and said, we were ready to go in the V1 of the Twitter software to federate. We were building it out, and then it was a business decision, mainly to please the venture capital investors, that made them shut it down. So it wasn't a technological problem. Over and over we see this in the in the history of technology that okay, you can have decentralized technology out there, like even the web itself, but it can get captured by investment models, and that's the story of Twitter. I mean, it initially was ready to serve as a protocol, as an open protocol, but it was the investment model that got in the way. So I think right now we have to be really attentive to that. And one thing that I think is important about Mastodon's approach, and thank you for being a supporter of that, is that they really have taken a principled stand against venture capital. And some people see that and say, why are you bothering with that? You need your rocket fuel, like all the other apps are taking, Firecaster and Blue Sky and all these things. But I think they're right to see investment as a critical leverage point. But I do want to ask you, I appreciate the kind of neutral stance you're taking here, but I'm curious, as we're talking about decentralized social, decentralization is a word that gets slapped onto all kinds of things without a lot of specificity. What do you think is important to decentralize, right? I mean, all these different systems decentralize in very different ways, right? Some do it on a blockchain, something like for Mastodon, there's no blockchains, it's just different servers talking to each other. What is most important to decentralize, to be able to call something, decentralized social?
I think eventually we're gonna see a word that if I'm a creator on some social network, probably even OnlyFans, like if I'm a creator on something, I wanna create a line, I wanna like a loan to buy a house. I'm just gonna, collateralize my account to an AI, and say, hey, okay, I have a lot of fans. If I sell some like NFT or some goods and even videos, I can make such much money. And you know that, AI knows that, can give you a clear line. And people can live, thrive in the cyberspace, right? Just like, we have payrolls. We own our properties in the real world. And we have free of speech here. And currently we don't have that anymore in the cyberspace, and I think we probably never have that in the cyberspace. Just besides the few early OG probably remember the early '90s, but besides that, there was never an independent cyberspace, right? I think in order to achieve that, you need a decentralized public forum to talk to each other, right? And you may have different level of like public forum, like maybe some of the bar just serve whiskey. It's fine, you can just go to other bars. The key is to have not lock-in functionalities, right? Yeah. Currently, all these approach, they all try to do some lock-ins, right? Even Mastodon, they try to do some lock-ins. I think
I'm locked into the community I'm part of.
Yes.
In important ways. Yeah.
Yes, I think it's important about the attitude, whether they welcome someone to break in and grab you. Say, hey, we break in this bar and our friends there, we just grab them and we just go to another bar. I'd say a lot of venture-backed protocol, they won't welcome this. The simple reason is, how can you return money to the investors, right? And this is a super difficult curve. I think it's need a lot of like approach that really we haven't think of yet. Yeah. And I have to admit, like back in the days of Mask Network, we did took a lot of money from the investors, and we're lucky that back in the days we were in the bull market, and we got support from all the OGs. Like thanks to Vitaly Sholin for the Red Pocket, and a lot of people love our Lunar New Year campaign. It took off financially, so every investor super happy, and they walk away with token money, and they just leave us alone. They just say, hey, do whatever you want. That gives us a strong advantage that we're not responsible for any venture capital that invested or trading. We just try to achieve our goal and the goal of the industry, which means we can do things from acquisition, investment, pure nonprofit donation, funding to funding to college, funding to NGO. We can do all these. And I think that's the key to keep yourself open-minded. And when someone breaking your bar, say, hey, let's don't drink Japanese sake, let's just turn into other things. You have to open and say, hey, okay, whatever you want to drink. And even you can even take my customer away, it's fine. The door's gonna open any times. I didn't see any of that right now. And yeah, that's important. And if we don't have this, I think we're kind of like seeing a short window, like 3-4 year, maybe 5 year time from this bull cycle to the next one, 2020, 2030, 2029. If we didn't really work together, I think that just that beautiful time we're gonna just fly away, just like the Twitter thing we wasted.
Yeah,
we really wasted that time.
Now, I mean, I think one thing that's very powerful about the last few months was the huge rise, the huge spike that Farcaster experienced with the release of Frames, and I got really excited about it. I keep trying to convince my students this is really cool, because it's not just another clone of a social network, and there are, for instance, ways in which Blue Sky and Mastodon are different from Twitter, say, but often they're kind of subtle and under the hood. They don't really hit you while you're scrolling, doom scrolling late at night or something. Frames is like a different kind of basic tool in social media. It's a different idea, and it's enabled by the fact that this whole thing is connected to the blockchain as a social graph. And so I'm curious if you see other kinds of opportunities like that where decentralized social becomes not just well, eat your vegetables and get off of big social, it becomes not just another clone of existing products that were first introduced over a decade ago, but actually enables us to do things that we couldn't do before because we were caught up in big social. How does the move toward decentralization actually open the door to different kinds of experiences?
Yeah, I say Twitter have every chance to do that. I mean, when I pretend I don't know Farcaster team or the frame, design, I just pretend I don't know anything. I'm gonna ask a random guy, developer, right? Say, hey, what is the frame thing on Farcaster? Can you explain that to me? He say, oh, you're from Asia. It's like the WeChat mini app. I'm like, okay, and
I'm
then
not
the
sure
next
it
thing,
is,
the next
but-
thing you're gonna remember is Elon's been showing on mini apps for years.
Yeah.
And then thanks to him, they fire everyone. Now no one can deliver that in Twitter. But that thing is not a completely new thing. It's not really invented by decentralized. It's by the decentralized feature, right? I think it's more about the mismanagement of Twitter. They cannot deliver that. There's people trying to do some open frame standard that make every decentralized social app can do that. It's cool. I think eventually we're gonna have dApps to be decentralized apps to be more mini apps and integrated into every app. It can be social app. I think mostly social app, and they're gonna be huge. Definitely not gonna be huge. But in order to do that, we need to keep it open, right? Okay, I interact in something. I interact with some frame, whatever, like mini app on Blue Sky or Lens or whatever, and it should reflect back to the webcast, the Farcaster official client. I hope they're gonna allow it. I don't know whether they're gonna allow it, right? Hey, we have a lot of things input from other social networks reflect on the Farcaster. If they are willing to do that, it's gonna be a huge difference. And then again, back to the history. Tim Berners-Lee, back in the days, the creator of World Wide Web, right? He tried to do some workshop and work group inside the W3C. It's called mini app web standard.
Oh.
And that time he able to invite all the giants in the group from Tencent, Alibaba, Facebook, Twitter, and it didn't went and took off because these guys keep fighting inside it, and the only one really care about this standard seems to be Microsoft because they don't really have anything in social network, right? So again, I hope this thing gonna be different. We have a lot of conversation with Vitalik. I think I'm the first one mentioned to him face to face. You should try out the Lens, Farcaster, Mastodon, all the things. He did try all three. I'm kind of worried right now that we gonna do the same mistake like 10 years ago when Tim bring every big social app. They're just fighting each other to death, and basically trick them, right? They trick the W3C. I kind of afraid that it's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, if Vitalik and other friends of EF gonna lead this conversation, say, hey, we're gonna do this small mini work group inside the EF. Our old friends, Bitcoin people, Maxi people, gonna just show up from somewhere else, say, hey, we don't want you guys. It's so hard.
Well, that's the story of building standards. I mean, it is a hard challenge in all kinds of industries, and you can get people together and say, we'll have a conversation, build a standard, and try to agree, but often it's the market that determines the standard. And then we saw this, for instance, with EV plugs over the last year, where the government in the US asserted one standard, and then Tesla got the market share that imposed another one, and that kind of thing, I think, is what's playing out in certain respects. Like, we need to see what is able to capture mind share and capture people's attention, and that's going to be leading the standard.
One thing we're trying to do right now internally, and we're willing to share that to public, is we try to make sure every dollar we invest through the profitable way, like the financial profitable way or venture way, every dollar we invest, every $10 we invest, we're gonna make like $1 or $2 donation. That is pure nonprofit. It's gonna just go to someone's pocket and they're gonna sink there. and they're gonna just use it. We try to do that internally, so we didn't really invest too much. We invest around like 40 million in past, halfly on the social network, and we made around 3-4 million donation per year. I think one day we're able to see one-on-one. If we able to run this thing successfully, we're able to see one-on-one. $1 we spend on venture style investment, we can spend $1 on nonprofit, and that's gonna be quite important. I would love to call every other social protocol with huge balance sheet and with huge investment support to do the same thing. You know, like 10 to 2, 10 to 1 is okay. I think they can do that. I'd love to see someone. I think you can, Professor Nathan, you can be the one running the joint DAO or like, you know, saying like, you know, call it open social whatever foundation, and we're happy to hand that to you, and you can just pick the young kids to support. That's the key. Otherwise, you know, like we were discussing the standard called Master, right? Mastodon and Noster, they're funding. They're funding besides some open source community donation. Why? I don't know. I think we should fix that problem. Yeah. If you look into the Open SaaS Foundation, that's almost merely funded by Jack. And again, he's a man. He's not a god. He's not gonna able to fund this thing continually. He have to sell his stock sometimes, right? He's using the Square stock to funding this thing. It's not healthy, and we love to see this thing happen. I'm calling everyone care about the decentralized social to make this thing happen.
Yeah, well, and I think it's a really important recognition that in order for this stuff to work, it's going to have to involve public goods. You know, it's going to have to involve funding things that don't have an immediate return, but have a collective return as the ecosystem develops, and that we're moving, I hope, into a new phase where we recognize the public square, that social networks need to be a commons in some respect. They cannot any longer be a walled garden. You know, I'm curious to, you know, you mentioned like the mini apps in WeChat and things like that, and you know, you've been involved also in with Japanese Mastodon instances, and I'm curious if there are lessons from experiences in Asia with social networks that, you know, those mini apps, we've been trying to catch up to those for years here. Mark Zuckerberg and Jack Dorsey and Elon Musk have been salivating over mini apps for years and can't seem to pull it off. What else do we need to learn from the global experience with social networks that those of us here in the US might not be paying attention to?
Yeah, so that's like, just think about like how many decentralized social apps or front end really support multiple language. Less than 5 maybe, and then we run 3 of them, right? And I think America is pleased to to have all these, you know, smart brains here and just able to communicate in just one language.
Yeah,
that's great. But by numbers, like Twitter, 1/3 of Twitter's users like speak Japanese. I have no idea why, and a lot of people are like from China and Korea. They just use the VPN, randomly show up all over the world. That's around 40%, almost 40% of the Twitter user base. Facebook never released the detailed number, but if you count in the WhatsApp domination in India and Southeast Asia, I don't think it's probably even larger considering the activity there. Again, we try to do decentralized social apps, right? Decentralized social protocols. Protocols write in English and just do the ChatGPT translation, great. No one really do the apps in other language. Why? Let's take a look of the Mira, right? Mira XYZ is the block platform, use the decentralized storage in your wallet to log in. I don't know whether that team really look into the numbers, but I'm pretty sure that half of the content of Mira is not English, more than half. Our latest, because we run the whole Arweave nodes and IPFS nodes, we know the whole transaction on these storage layers. So by our calculation, around 55 to 60% of the social decentralized social blocks, Mira
etc., is not English. Again, there's no other language UI UX. If you don't think that way, if you don't, immerse yourself into a decentralized physical way, you just, it's very easy. Just take a flight and just be in all the other places. Don't just follow the ETH Denver or East, Paris, East Shanghai. At least just do some other travelings, right? And you just talk to the local people. You're gonna figure out why it's important, and you're gonna figure out why there's Line in Japan, Kakao in Korea, WeChat in China, WhatsApp in India, blah blah blah. But you're gonna figure out why. It's because like back in the days when Web2 was still open, they just mess up. All these big companies mess up. They don't care about localization. They don't care about needs of local people. I'm so sad that I see the same thing happen in the decentralized social right now. Okay, just first version English, great, but at least put the other language in the upcoming versions. And know your users, know which language they're speaking, and maybe add an AI translation button. It's not hard.
Well, but it has to go beyond technology because you think of like some of the great tragedies of Web2 social, the Rohingya genocide right around Facebook was not just a lack of language, but a lack of support for local control. And I hope that decentralized social can enable that kind of local control. So that people who know the cultural context can actually shape and help keep these places safe. I think it's time to turn over to questions from you all.
Actually, before we go to wrap up this last session, why don't we, Nathan? You just published a book, right? Can you say a few words of the book? And I believe maybe the audience here, they might have a chance to get a free copy.
Do we have a slide with a QR code on it? So this book was just published by University of California Press. It's called Governable Spaces again, and that QR code will take you to a free copy of it in multiple formats: PDF, EPUB, Mobi, all those sorts of things. So this is free and open access. It's an exploration of, first of all, how the history of social online spaces has really prevented people from practicing self-governance, and how we can go about changing that. And it makes the argument that blockchains, among other things, have been a real profound opportunity for enabling the very possibility of self-governance in online spaces. But that's not an opportunity that has any guaranteed outcome. So the book explores ways that we can make sure that we take that opportunity seriously. It talks about my experience, co-leading, co-founding at least a cooperative Mastodon server, and explores, you're talking about policy, a different approach to public policy grounded in enabling self-governance in online space rather than solving everything with top-down rules and that sort of thing. So I hope it's useful to y'all, and thank you for taking a look and sharing.
You might get the signed copy if you're fast enough to catch him.
Digitally signed, I guess.
Yeah, maybe an FT, I don't know.
Exciting. I want to get a copy. So, okay, we enter the next session. We have about 10 minutes to open up the questions to the audience. But before that, we actually have a code for this session. In Mask, we have a code saying that mask on, limits off. So don't hold your limits to ask your questions. And you guys too.
Okay, hit me Trump. hit me hard with the Trump question.
All right, so I'm gonna let my colleague down there to pass you the mic. So if you have a question, raise your hand, I point. And if you can kindly say your name and your question to address to either Nathan or Suji.
Okay.
Any questions? Okay, great. your name, where you work, and then your question addressed to.
Hi, my name is Susan, and I work with USAID's Office of Global Trends and Technology. And my question is about privacy and how you see this development of Web3. A lot of the technologies are not very privacy facing. And even to get into this conference, the amount of data that I had to give up about myself was slightly shocking. And given all of the concerns around surveillance capitalism and the lack of privacy on blockchain and crypto, do we just not care about it anymore? And what is your thought about that? You were talking about standards and norms and practices. Do you feel that privacy is just going to die?
So the question's to whom? Sorry?
Oh, to anyone who wants to answer it.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a simple answer. Like, I was super care about my address until one day, like the ENS guy just DM me, say, Suji, you're gonna have a big airdrop from us, because you're one of the early ENS, whatever, right? And then I keep having airdrops. Even though I think, dude, we're not raising money. We're okay. You can have a lot of people for airdrop. But they're like, oh, your address is on the top early list. I think that thing is good a little bit because at least there's a price, right? At least it's a price. And I think a lot of people who care about privacy, they have a price inside their heart, right? Say, hey, if Facebook pay you $1 million, are you gonna? Yeah, I mean, most people are gonna say yes instantly. And if you pay Twitter $7, are you gonna? No, they're gonna not do that. So I think the situation right now in the Web3 or more crypto-related decentralized social space, decentralized space, is because it's so financially related with all the token market, Bitcoin, etc. Now there's a relatively efficient market for some of these some of these data, and it's not say it's working, but it's something efficient on some certain perspectives. And if we're able to scale that to a larger scale, at first we're going to be really kind of annoying, because you kind of lose some privacy because people are going to track your address. Oh, okay, so you have a new air job. Okay, that guy is celebrity, got a new NFT. But you also need to remember, once you have a cryptographic address and cryptographic labeling, you also enable the functionality of like private transactions, encrypted direct message, right? You have a key in your hands, and together with the efficient market, you can price. You can say, hey, okay, just don't talk to me on any of my data if you don't have 1 million ready for my data, or just say, hey, okay, I'm really need some like air job, few $100 is okay. I think once the market is out, yeah, certainly a lot of people are gonna willing to hand over their privacy, but the big company gonna pay way more, because we are using algorithm to fight against algorithms, right? If you just set a bar, say, okay, $10 for everyone's address, they're gonna win because they always have better algorithm to compete and to sell you your data at a better price. You have to have a grassroots, something like AirDrop, whatever algorithm, and to fight against them using the machines. The machine fight against machines, and you're gonna win. You're gonna win a little bit. Say, hey, okay, now you're gonna pay a huge price. This is my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of this can be addressed without necessarily getting into the financial side, and I think it's a really important question. I shared that feeling in registering, and often have that feeling interacting with Web3 spaces where I have a de-Googled phone and I couldn't use the first version of Warpcast because it wouldn't work on it, and every other app works fine. And I'm often kind of appalled by how much Web3 is not taking this stuff seriously. Like, why are DAOs running on Discord and Telegram rather than Matrix, which is a privacy-centered protocol-based chat system? I think we could be much more intentional about these things. I also think it's important to frame, when we talk about social media, the question not just as privacy as a kind of unalloyed good, right? I mean, accountability is the other side of privacy. And we need systems where people can be accountable for things they say, things they do, harm they might create, as well as protecting appropriate privacy. And again, I actually think if we are able to develop spaces that are not primarily financially motivated, we'll be in a better position to address those questions appropriately, to get that balance right between privacy and accountability.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, we have two in the back. Maybe make it very brief because we only have 5 minutes left, and also keep your answer short. Thank you.
All right. Thanks for sharing. And my name is Regan, and we are a small team making some effort in the decentralized social media space. And so actually, I have a question regarding the challenges in the decentralized kind of social space. Like, what would you think would be the kind of a challenge that we need to kind of tackle? So I got some options here. So for one is regarding the infrastructure to support the decentralized social media. And then the second is for the app adoption, like to make more people kind of use the app. Or we will have some features that can enable people to do something that people won't be able to do in the current social space. Yeah, so that is my question.
Okay, one sentence tip.
I think trade-offs. Like NASA took off, Dymos take off, thanks to Jack Sholin. But again, if you guess the DAU right now on NASA, it's lower than 20K right now, because people forgot their keys. I just think like every decentralized social whatever, they need to learn the trade-offs. And again, I mentioned GDPR. If you ever put everything on blockchain, you're gonna have a huge problem in EU later. Trade-offs. I think most of the team, they haven't really think about this not in a technical way, but in a sociology way.
And Mason? Okay, great. We pass to the next one.
Hello, my name is Daniel. I'm co-founder of Surf. We're building a super app, a mobile super app that integrates Lens and Farcaster. It's like a TikTok feed with frames and all. We're trying to build something fun and make more experiences. So my question to you is it's about the audience. I want to hear your ideas. Because we know the user bases of Lens and Farcaster now are really crypto bros, crypto girls, like the topics that people talk are really specific. So we often debate about our strategy, like what should we do, like trying to compete for these users that are already using other mobile clients, like crypto Twitter, like pulling them everywhere, or to focus on non-crypto audiences that, in fact, is the biggest space. So yeah, that's what I would like to know your opinions about.
I mean, I think it's an important question, and I think it's worth noting, for instance, how Blue Sky developed, for instance, targeting journalists and targeting people in who are cultural influencers outside of the tech world. Starting out with people who have networks and interests in conversation outside of that world. And I think the first crypto app that does that is going to be it'll have a new chance. But at the same time, I think it's valuable to incubate these tools among people who are the early adopters in these contexts, just because the barriers are going to be really real for other people. Like, the frames, are not going to be useful for somebody in a lot of these cases that doesn't already have a wallet, isn't already kind of familiar with NFTs. So I think actually bootstrapping around particular communities is really important, one way or another. Though I, share the concern, like I would love to go open up Warpcast or whatever and like not just see crypto talk.
Yeah, I'd say like crypto social network is a kindergarten, because super well funded compared to others.
Yeah.
Right. Just give you an example. Mask in Japan is a activity pub compatible thing, no funding at all. Mastodon, we donate and become the largest donor. And number 2 is Samsung, right? You can't imagine that thing happening in the crypto Twitter. So crypto Twitter is the kindergarten. But once you're out of that, you're gonna face real problem. Like when we acquired the Japanese Mastodon instance, Kapau, they got like 1.1 million users. We received some email from Interpol. That's not fun. And I just say like crypto Twitter, everyone's so nice. They're probably just gonna fight about Bitcoin and Ethereum, not about Trump or no Trump. But if you're out of kindergarten, you're facing serious problem. It's not the investor talking to you. It's the Interpol and FBI, whatever. Say, hey, can you delete that? Can you just took down that thing from the blockchain because the GDPR requires? If you don't have an answer, better train yourself in the crypto Twitter kindergarten. That got money to feed you, and you can just think about it. It's a hard problem.
Great, thank you. All right, we wrap up this session and move to the next one. And remember, Mask Gang himself, when you build and you have no limits. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I already see so many great social builders building amazing things within the Web3 social realm. And again, if you care about Web3 social, I think Mask, you should definitely feel supported by Mask. And we have a lot of colleagues on the scene, so talk to them, talk to us. We want to help. So I have a question. Who knows the Bitcoin price right now? I'm really curious. How much is it? How much is it? I heard it reached 60K today. I want to use Bitcoin price to introduce the next panel topic simply because I often find myself stuck in this dilemma where on the one side, I was surrounded by pretty much the most brilliant builders, innovators, computer scientists, cryptographers in the space. But on the other hand, oftentimes I find myself sitting in this $1 trillion casino. So do you feel like you're in an innovation hub or a casino, 3 of you? Casino.
Casino.
Casino?
Yep.
I'm going to say innovation hub.
Innovation hub, okay. Two to one. Fair, fair. I'm really, really looking forward to this panel topic, which is social fi versus Web3 social. So this topic is going to talk about the hyper-financialization of Web3 social in this space. And we have our great colleague, Lawson, to moderate this panel, and James, Lucas, and Nir to be the panelists. So let's give them a round of applause. Really, really looking forward to it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Afra. James Young, if you're here, head on down. So we got 2 of our panelist guests. I'll do some intros, maybe see if James Young can make it out as well. So I'm Lawson Bay, founder of Rara, a social curation protocol, and that recently, last year, joined the Mask team as well. I am just incredibly excited about Web3 social, decentralized social, social-fi, I don't care what you call it, but a social media and an internet where we can connect with each other and say things that aren't always, allow for debate, open debate, and take society online and those things online. And so we've designed this panel, SocialFi versus decentralized, SocialFi versus Web3 social, to kind of talk about these ideas of how to strike a balance between the ethos of decentralization and composability and all these like buzzwords we say of why we're in crypto versus the financialization. Bitcoin started this. Bitcoin is money, right? And so in that kind of straddle, we've struggled, I think, to find ways to both attract users while also not feel like it's a car sales lot. A lot of times the social media, Web3 social platforms can feel like someone's always trying to sell you something. And as a new user, that's not super appealing. So first I want to do quick introductions. We have Nir, 2 seats over to me, founder of the Yup protocol and the Yup app. Yup was a very early social protocol in the space as well, before Web3 social was even a term. Yup definitely kind of paved a lot of the path of, honestly, a lot of the things we're seeing today. And a year and a half ago, I think, they launched the Yup mobile app that brings together multiple decentralized protocols. Nir, you want to say hello?
Yeah, hey everyone. Hope you're doing well. Working on Yup, it's a Web3 social aggregator. So imagine Lens, Farcaster, Twitter, Blue Sky, and one app. We see ourselves as a gateway to Web3 social, sort of creator focused. The key way people use Yup today is to cross-post between those different platforms. And just super excited to be here with some builders, very motivated. Think this is very much the year for both Web3 social and SocialFi, whatever we choose to call it, right?
Yes, yeah, so don't care what we call it, we just need more users and need more games to play.
Yep.
Very bullish on Yup, very bullish on aggregating and bringing the different networks together. And so next up we have Lucas from Pods, founder of Pods. Prior to Pods, Lucas was with the Bankless team. It's kind of like probably the top tier media team in the space. Lucas actually helped launch and ran a lot of their podcasts, and so naturally he turned that into a product. Lucas.
Yeah, absolutely. What's up, everyone? Thank you for coming. So I'm the founder of Pods, or Pods.media, and we help bring podcasts on chain. So we allow podcast hosts to easily publish their episodes on chain to bring this new monetization model that's not advertisement based, and then also build a social graph of their fans. So finding, the individuals behind their fan base.
Really cool.
All right. Cool. So I'm going to ask a few questions for the whole panel, and then each of you kind of get your own questions, and everybody else can kind of jump into opine on it as well. I guess just to start off, each of you are building apps that maybe have some Web3 social ethos in it, along with some financialization ethos in it. Why don't you just briefly tell us who is your power user of your app, and what are they getting out of it?
I would say the power user of Yup is a Web3 social creator, someone who's probably spending a majority of their time on a Web3 social protocol like Lens or Farcaster, or even more open social protocols like Blue Sky, but often is doing that alongside using at least one of these other platforms. If it's not Twitter, then it's one of these other social protocols, and wants to be able to kind of do that and engage from one place. For example, I believe Bankless is a Yup user. Ryan Selkis, who's a big Yup user, kind of describes it as a insurance policy on his social graph, a way for him to, without changing his behavior, be able to engage with audiences on new protocols while still targeting his audience on Twitter. But over time is building that audience on these new protocols and is able to engage with them through Yup.
Yeah, so I really like the Yup proposition, helping people stay in touch with their audiences. Again, Bankless, where Lucas was previously, has audiences across Twitter, but on lots of other platforms. At Mask, we have Firefly app, which provides a lot of similar kind of keeping in touch with your different friends and followers and the people you connect with in the space across these networks. Nir, I'm curious, how much of your users do you feel like are just trying to keep in touch with their fans, or maybe on the other side, trying to stay on top of the alpha on the different networks?
I think it's a good mix of both. I think probably right now a bit more on the keeping in touch side. It's unclear where value will accrue, I think, for Web3 social and these protocols. And I think people see Yup as a way to kind of engage with all of them. But I think to your point, we're in a place right now where these Web3 social protocols are quite composable and interoperable, but we haven't seen certain ones win out. And so it's very common for these creators to have, like we said about Bankless and others, to have some of their audience in each of these places, right? And to be able to engage with all of them from one place is an enormous advantage. I would say our killer feature is definitely being able to create content and engage with that audience, but we see at scale an opportunity to just continue to be able to grow the audience and see the alpha that's coming from that. I think what a really great example here is we have a lot of users that were, Farcaster has had a few really strong weeks. And a lot of our users ahead of those weeks have been able to kind of build audiences on Farcaster, have a footprint on Farcaster before it's gotten larger, and potentially even be rewarded for that, right? In the context of the SocialFi conversation that we're having, I think Degen is a good example of a meme coin that's come out of Farcaster that a lot of our users whose primary client or primary protocol wasn't Farcaster were able to participate in kind of by using Yup. And so I think from a creator angle, there's been some interesting alpha for users who primarily use Yup, and I think that's really awesome.
Yeah, no, so I love that. So, you know, I like to think about these different networks as they have superpowers. The current superpower of Lens, for example, is everything can be financialized. Everything can be an entity if you want it to be an entity. And it can be a free mint or it can be a paid mint. But it's like native to everything, financialization. And it's almost like the tech is the superpower. While Farcaster on the other side, you know, there's good argument that the superpower was the original network. The original people who were invited into those spaces to create like both a vibe and to give it some sort of weird like mission alignment. For me, I think Farcaster definitely focused very heavily on other builders. To me, it feels very much like the 2017, 2018 conversations we could have or maybe 2018, 2019 conversations we could have on crypto Twitter that got lost when we turned into the car sales lot.
The casino, yeah.
But Lucas, I mean, what are your kind of thoughts on the different networks and how you see those, maybe the superpowers of those?
Yeah, I mean, I think the social graph right now of all these networks is really unique. I think the superpower right now for Farcaster was the frames launch, and like that was an entirely new primitive that allowed you to interact with an application like Pods and mint a podcast directly, you know, without leaving the application, without signing a transaction, without paying for gas. And those unique primitives that are enabled by Web3 social, I think are the superpowers. And we're starting to just, we're going down that tech tree right now of just like exploring the possibilities of Web3 social and, you know, the composability of these social graphs that are being created on these platforms.
Yeah, I think that's interesting. So, you know, just to really like hit that nail on the head again one more time, you had mentioned Degen. Degen was given out to people who were in the Degen channel on Farcaster. And so there was an alpha opportunity, literally an airdrop. I think another good example of that is early base announcements and early base features were only given and announced on Farcaster first. Yeah. I think it's more of an underexplored use case for networks. A lot of people want to cross-post, but I think there's actually really good opportunities to be laser focused on what you're asking those networks to do. And I think Base did a really good, interesting example of that. You know, a Lens on the side, I like Lens too. I like the tech. I think they've made a lot of really big ethos bets that these things will all be on chain and everything should be mintable. But you know, with that comes with it obviously scalability problems. But you know, from you know, if I think about the Lens community, especially in the context of Pods, it's very much like, how do we get musicians using this? How do we get people who create content to be able to make money on that? I'm curious, like, how do you see people's ability when the creators keep touching their audiences? Is there a thought or a process to, could they make money using something like Yup?
Well, I think I see making money as secondary to achieving, I think, their core goal, which is to like reach their audience and have distribution. You know, I really want to double click the value of frames and what we've seen around them over the last couple of weeks. I mean, I think across the board, any project that's built a frame that's kind of relevant has seen like a 5x, 10x like increase in their conversion. So to the Pods example, for those that don't know frames, they're basically links with actions that you can do directly from Farcaster or any Farcaster client. Lens has a version of this called Open Actions, but the Farcaster one has taken off more because of what Lawson said. The network on Farcaster has been very kind of builder oriented. And so what we've seen is people kind of use these frames and leverage the distribution and the convenience of a one-click action from a social app to have just way higher conversion of whatever they're trying to achieve. So I think the best example I like to point to is like Paragraph and Mirror, which are essentially like publication platforms, Web3 publication platforms, have built out frames that essentially allow you to kind of read the article. Like if you share an article link in a cast, in a post on Farcaster, you can actually read that article directly from the post and also subscribe to that publication directly from the post. And I think a lot of those publications are seeing a multiple increase in the number of people converting to become subscribers of their publication because of frames. And I think probably the same is true with pods. The same is true with examples like free mints of various kinds. Certainly the case is for Yup. We've done a few interesting frames in the context of Farcaster that have had multiples of increase in conversion versus what we were doing, where you kind of had to go click on the link, go to the website, do something there. And so I think we're really at the tip of the iceberg of what can be done there. You know, I'm surprised we haven't seen a lot of like waitlist submissions where you could join a waitlist directly from a frame, things like that. I think across the board, just multiples of conversion is really interesting.
Yup did the opposite, skip the waitlist, be able to get into Yup with a frame, which I loved.
Right.
You know, so I'm gonna wrap the frames, and we'll get. I want to do an intro for James here. I think the one thing that frames really brought that was super interesting is just reducing the clicks for a call to action. That alone leads to serious conversion. And so super interested to see frames be successful, along with things like mods and other groups who are working on protocols that could take it across other networks. Okay, with that, I do want to make a quick introduction for James Young. I feel like the super panel for SocialFi and Web3 Social House now united.
I apologize for being late here.
Full context here. Ra's protocol started off very SocialFi. Basically, you could make money from NFTs going viral and you engaging with those NFTs early. Launched in the bear market, and we've seen that SocialFi really falls down in bear markets. And so we moved towards Web3 Social, being able to store data on NFTs as third parties and curate those NFTs. In a very similar way, Near and Yup started very heavily with your protocol in rewarding people to curate cool shit on the internet with the protocol, and being able to help bring that up to people in the Yup community. If other people thought that was great content, then you would get rewarded for that. And then the move towards the app, really more towards the Web3 social decentralization, composability kind of thought process. And so now we have James up here. James Young, founder of Collabland, the largest token gating product in the space. Really, if you've been in a Discord server ever or a Telegram in crypto, you've used Collabland. Who's also working on an upcoming release on a very interesting SocialFi project.
Thank you. And I apologize for being late. So kind of coming in out of context here, I can give you a background of
Yeah, so I did the intros. You can say something about that. But what we were talking about as you led up to it, basically, who are your power users, and are they getting something that's SocialFi out of it, or maybe something that's the more the ethos of composability, keeping in touch with your networks?
Yeah, so, you know, I've been thinking about it deeply the last couple of days here, knowing that I was going to be here and wanting to say something meaningful and insightful. And so with that, what really, and this is just kind of raw off the top of my head here, and I would love to get feedback on this as well. What I really come to understand is, so let me give some background. Collabland, because I come from like the DAO tooling space, right? Just like organizational nerds. And I thought that Collabland first was just gonna be a DAO tool. We called it DAO Ops. And then like COVID happened, and then with DeFi summer, COVID, and then like this NFT thing happened. And it was actually my co-founder, who is my wife. We've never worked together, but we've been together for almost 30 years. And she's like, there's something here on like NFTs. I don't know what it is. And he's like, you shouldn't do or focus on DAOs. You should focus more on these like NFTs, because like she's not like natively crypto. She knew it adjacent to me. And she was like, I get this. I don't get like DAOs and voting and all that kind of stuff. And so, you know, most of our communities are NFT communities. And now when I reflect back on that, I'm like, what happened? And I recently watched this documentary on Hypebeast. And what I realized was like, oh shit, like COVID lockdown happened at the kind of same time when all this reselling and Supreme kind of was fizzling out. And I feel like there is this like art, streetwear, cultural aspect that just because of COVID shifted online and gravitated more toward NFTs. So when I look at it, like I'm wearing doodles, it's like a status thing. And when I look at social, I don't, and when I think about it, I don't think about it from like a platform perspective, because Collabland, we don't have our own platform, we're on Telegram and Discord. I think of it more as like social as in like status. And it's like, and we did these like Collabland documentaries, and one was with Mintage, and the guy on the interview on Mintage was like, yeah, I can buy like a Gucci jacket, or I can, for a couple grand, or I can like equip my avatar, and I know it's from Gucci. And more people are gonna see it online, right, especially during COVID, than they're gonna see it in IRL. So, you know, when we think now, fast forward, COVID is over, you know, what's happening? I think, you know, what I'm seeing in terms of social, and you gotta be really careful here, because you can get a lot of scammers and pump and dumpers. But I think you're gonna see, in kind of, when I look at the Collabland statistics, like January was our largest month in terms of growth, than peak bull.
Wow.
But and the growth is not happening just on one chain. So that's why it's a little bit more, I think, difficult to kind of have a higher level perspective on it. But I do see more of these like meme coins, and I never really got it. But I think now with this like cultural streetwear post-blur world, I still do believe in NFTs, but I think there is this cohort of people that are gonna come into this next cycle on a social status based off of the meme coins that they get into early on. And that's what we're trying to do with our new product, Telegram.
I love that. And I think like to tying back to your point, Lawson, earlier was like creator monetization, right? And the one thing that's I think is interesting, I'm going to tie this back to James's point in a second. But like monetization exists right now for media and for all this stuff. Like people are making bank off sponsorships. So the monetization piece of like Web3 social and SocialFi is like, it's nice. It's a new way to monetize that's not invasive from sponsors. Anyone can do it. That's really powerful. The really big piece that doesn't exist today is the status game and the social graph. When you're watching a YouTube video, you have no way to express your affinity for that piece of content, and you have no way to raise your hand and be like, I love this. And I have no way to prove that I was here on day one. And what putting the media on chain enables is allowing the individuals to express their affinity for that creator and gain some status with that creator. You know, you can then see that your top collector, the person that's been there since day one and has collected every single piece of content, whether it be $5 or $50, you know, you get this granular social graph of your biggest fans. And that to me is like the biggest unlock of like Web3 social and SocialFi, is being able to identify your fan base and not just monetize them, because that exists already.
I love this. So this is actually, I want to take us to our second question. In traditional social media, Twitter, Facebook, and even in Web3 social, we have follow buttons and like buttons. And the video game of social is make number go up of how many people can I follow, how many people can follow me, and how viral a post I can make it go. And so the status is follower counts and a post going viral.
Right.
15 minutes of fame is the post going viral, and famous is follow count. And so as we move towards maybe more financialized things, where maybe it's not the number of followers or likes, it's literally a number. Like you've reached a market cap of something you're in, and you're provably in it early. And then this idea of meme coins and SocialFi being a mechanism to identify status, both that you were early, but literally a number that's spendable money. You've made money.
I think it's like, I think of it as like skin in the game. You're putting your money literally where your mouth is online, because otherwise you can say, oh yeah, I like this, love that, blah, 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 blah. Or you can bot your likes and your retweets. But it's very hard, and if you're doing that with your own capital, people are doing those kind of games, but it's just, it's not as sustainable. So I think that there's going to be different types of signals that are going to be rooted in, like, number go up kind of signals. I think it's going to be this next unlock when we have this narrative of like staking and restaking and yield. Because what if you're, able to get some ETH, lock it up, and you're just playing with the yield. So it's kind of free money in a way. And I think that could help with this narrative of like, okay, like I'm learning about crypto, and I think that
but is that social? Take it social there. What about that social?
So that's not social, but that frees up the psychological mind space to play games. You're not investing. You're not trading. Because I think like this next cycle, if I were to, and this is what this hypothesis that we're vetting out through our new app TeleFriends, is that this new type of trader is not going to look at candlestick charts, right? They're not doing TA. They're more like collectors, like NFT collectors, like Beanie Baby collectors, but they're doing it in this like rare digital kind of, or scarce digital asset.
They're coming in and reading the room and buying things, investing in things because of that.
And it's more of a social signal, right? And so I think that, I don't know exactly what it looks like, but is what it seems like is shaping up here. Because you have onboarding, I think, kind of solved in a way with like account abstraction, and there's a lot of teams working on it. You have other types of technology like passkey, so you don't have to be so precious about like your seed phrase and your private key anymore. So I think that there's going to be a whole nother unlock of new participants in this cycle.
So let's dig more into the status element of it.
Sure, I'd love to.
Yeah, maybe Near.
So
like, explain where you feel like the status is coming out of this game, and how does that add value to hanging out online?
Yeah, so I think there's two other forms of status we really haven't spoken about here. One that I think Collabland really fits into, which is access. Like, I think there's a notion of like FOMO about not being a part of a specific community that the token gated mechanism really ties into, and I think speaks to the kind of the true fans mechanism. But also speaking to what Lucas said, I think earliness is a form of status that Web3 is very good at, and Web3 social is really good at. You have proof on chain that you were early on something that ends up being valuable, and that value can happen in a financial sense, but I think it can happen in any sense, right? I mean, a good example of this in the context of Web3 social is like, people really highly value their very low FIDs on Farcaster or Lens IDs, meaning I was the first 500 users. And I think Zuckerberg really picked up on this with Instagram Threads, where they're actually showing which number user you were when you joined Threads directly in your Instagram account. And I think it's trying to touch into this kind of like hipster I was in before it was cool energy that the ledger is insanely good at like proving.
They went immediately to 100 million though, so it's like, how could you tell the difference?
Well, I was 200,000. I was there on the first 20 minutes, and if that ends up becoming the next Twitter, that's a really cool thing to have. But I think I kind of see free mints in this new wave as like checkpoints of the metaverse. It's like, I was there at this time, here's the record of it, and now there's also some programmable art to go with that, and I think that's kind of a very powerful
And what's even
form
more
of status.
powerful is that is now composable. So I can now reward the first 100 FID people, and it's completely public. Like some restaking protocol could reward, the early Farcaster users, and you don't have to ask permission. You don't need, like, that data is freely available, and that fully composable public data set is like such a huge unlock that doesn't exist anywhere, and that is like, for me, the bull case of all of this.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It just had a thought there. Like, there was this whole thing where like 120 pages of Satoshi's like, writings came out in the open, and he's like, if Bitcoin fails, the real use case that it will fit into is a timestamp.
Totally. You had to be there. Like, if you have a Bitcoin wallet from 2010, that is the ultimate flex, because it's one that cannot be faked, right? And I think people highly value status symbols that cannot be faked. That's, I believe, why Bill Gates is trying very hard to get a Nobel Prize, because I think a majority of the world believes that that's impossible to fake. But there's a cost to that, right?
One of my favorite things about the Bitcoin blockchain is like addresses. Did it start with a 3, a 1? Did it start with a B? I love like looking at the addresses change over time and kind of like that weird signal as well.
Right.
I want to go back to the status thing one quick and then go to the next question, or just I guess make one comment, then we'll move on to it. I think the interesting thing about status that was in reference to the last questions panel, it's all public. When we're talking about status here, a lot of this does definitely feel like quick buck, moments in time on the internet, but it's not. Before, when you wanted to figure out how to be successful, you had to go talk to successful people and trust whatever the hell that they were telling you was true. You literally couldn't see the playbook. You just had to hear it through the grapevine. What's cool about the playbook in crypto is you can see it on the chain, and you can repeat it, and you can repeat it without talking to anybody. And I think the most exciting thing about the financialization and just everything that's happening in the space is it's basically like there are peaks and valleys of wealth and people all over the world. But crypto and SocialFi, I think, is going to be a really good tool to level the peaks and valleys. There's going to be a lot of wealth, and there already is a lot of wealth. People who are users of Ra's protocol are also users of Yub's protocol. These are people who are all over the world in countries that it's hard to make any amount of money, and SocialFi and crypto is bringing them up. It's leveling them. Okay, so I'm going to switch over. I'm going to send this next question. We've briefly talked about it already, but this question starts off for Lucas. There was a meme that was especially popular during the bear market as the NFT market crashed, and it became very hard to sell any NFTs to anybody. Free mints became wildly popular, or even mints that were so cheap they felt free. Zora did it probably the best, 0.000777 ETH. And so for Lucas, I think a part of your primary value pitch for pods is it's just another revenue stream. And so the meme that happened during the bear market was minting, and specifically free minting is the new like. Is that hurting our value proposition to get new users?
Not at all. So I think the completely free mints, maybe, but like the Zora model of like a micro payment for a mint is very sustainable in the sense that
let's talk free mints first and then get into the Zora one. Maybe just address the free mint, pure free, and then get into the Zora one.
No, because like to the earlier discussion, like even a free mint still gives you social signal or status that you were there. So that still has value to creators. And honestly, like when I talk to a lot of podcasts, like the monetization piece is one part of it. And really like that social graph status thing of understanding who's there and who's listening and who's engaging with your content is like the piece that doesn't, I'm a broken record right now, but like that is the piece that like gets creators fired up because that doesn't exist. So even in a free mint world, that still has value because you're able to build a social graph of your audience of who's engaging with you. So, but that said, I think Zora has the right model of like, can we do micro payments, share the revenue with the creator so that there's still revenue being generated?
For the crowd, why don't you maybe quickly explain how the Zora model works?
Yeah, so Zora charges a flat fee of 0.00777 ETH, which is about $2 right now. So it's actually gone up quite a bit since, ETH is mooning. Let's go.
Add another zero.
Yeah. And then, so what happens there is that Zora charges that flat fee, and then they end up splitting that fee amongst all of the participants. So if you were the creator there, you're earning a slice. If you referred the mint, you're earning a slice. If you were the first minter, which is actually a really unique mechanism, so if you were the first person to mint that NFT and you're actually bringing it on chain, so you're paying the gas fee with that mint, you're actually earning a slice of all future mints. So that really micro payment of like $1, $2, and then sharing it with the people that are engaging is like such a powerful model that, is becoming pretty ubiquitous, among creators right now.
I love this. I'll pass you a second. When you say engaging, I actually want to break that one down. I think the thing that social does today primarily is it tends to feel like a single player game, but crypto helps start to make it feel like a multiplayer game. DAOs are people doing something together. And the Zora model is a multiplayer game. People up and down the stack, both other app developers who integrate something like Zora, to also people who are sharing something, kind of like sharing a link. I'm curious, does anybody have any kind of thoughts on the multiplayer game aspect of that?
100%. I mean, I think that referral mechanism and the attribution around it solves a lot of problems that I think Web2 Social hasn't been able to solve. And I mean, we at Yup, actually, when you cross-post a link from Zora, Manifold, anybody else, and anywhere else, we'll actually reference you as the referral address tied to that post, so that if anybody ends up minting that NFT because of your post on any of these platforms, you'll actually get credit for referring other people to it. And I think that credit alongside with that monetary return are both kind of really important and valuable to that end. I would also say, you know, I think it's interesting that I fully agree with everything Lucas said, and I think free mints have done nothing but support and help Web3 Social. What I have learned from my artist friends is how Zora's deviation into that focus, which I think has been highly profitable, has hurt the one-of-one NFTs and the art space that was emerging. And I think maybe we have a terminology challenge within Web3 Social in terms of how we bump against these other use cases of NFTs. And we have to think about, okay, how can art retain its advantage and how it leverages something like NFTs, even though we're now using it as something that looks much more like alike, to your point. And I think that's valuable, right? So finding that middle ground.
Sure. So I want to go back to Lucas again on this question. I'm a person with a podcast. I'm coming to you. You're saying I can make revenue or maybe even anything you're streaming, right?
Right.
Traditionally, when it's streamed in Web 2, they make money from the stream. To get access to listening to a lot of things, you've paid some service normally, or you're watching ads on YouTube. How do you see, again, the free mint specifically? And there's no money being made, but it's available to be streamed for free. Do you hear that pushback any? That everyone can consume this without paying.
No, I think that's the beauty of it. Like, having maximum distribution on the content itself is still extremely powerful. Getting as many eyeballs in front of it is still very powerful, and that, you know, does translate to a free mint. You know, even if it's completely free, you know, maybe if it's forever, then like some of that value dissipates. But if it's a free mint, completely free for 7 days, you know, that value will still kind of accrue as long as that video is still getting millions and millions of views on the back end. Only 100,000 people, you know, might own that NFT, and there's some sort of speculatory value maybe on the social-fi side of things, you know, that can accrue to those collectors. So yeah, I would say, and like even on the back end of that, like you can start earning royalties on those free mints. So no, I don't think it really hurts at all.
And a great example of that is, like, for example, Dan Romero, the co-founder of Farcaster, has released a few free mints, one of which was like a Farcaster OG NFT. It was free, and only around 2 people were even able to mint it. But now I think it's going on a floor price of like 2.5 ETH or something very extreme. Right now, I hope
getting airdrops. If you have that, you got airdrops.
Right, a bunch of people got airdrops based on that. A bunch of people are getting airdrops on low FIDs, right? And so I think just earliness again is like a very hard thing to fake, and people who value that are able to show that value in the context of these NFTs. I think a large majority of them may end up having no financial value and just be like a stamp of like I was there to the time standpoint about Bitcoin. But the very few ones that do kind of represent a time in place that has high status, we'll see that value emerge in the price of the NFT.
I think that it's really interesting because, you know, on the tech side, what's happening is this like emergence of L3s where transactions are, you know, micro pennies. So there is a game on Farcaster called crop.xyz. Every single action is like on chain. So I think what you'll see is a second order effect that, you know, instead of these graphs and these events being siloed into these centralized platforms, anyone can recompose this network, right? So what I'm doing, listening to something, may not be valuable at the very beginning, but maybe a year down the line, an advertiser or someone sees that that's the target demo. And now you have a composable graph that's just on the shared database.
Right.
So I think that there's something there to this open graph social concept that I don't, in the current lens of monetization, we may miss if we don't keep an open mind in terms of what like social really means. And I think social means this interconnectedness to either media or to each other or to different affinity groups later on. And anyone permissionlessly can like grab chunks of that at any time. And so I think that then makes me think that like your address and identity is going to be kind of this next piece. And I think that's kind of what is happening at Yup here, right? Like tying your different social identities to like a wallet address. So I think that there's something there that becomes valuable at scale, and it's hard to just see it right now because we're so early.
And I think there's enormous amount of equality that comes from that. Like I would rather live in a world where people are making money and building status based on their actions rather than maybe what they look like or what background they come from or what like social community like in a traditional sense they're tied to, but more like this is what I've done, this represents me, this is unchangeable no matter who would like to misconstrue this as being something else. And that just feels like a very kind of fair and equitable social network in various forms.
Yeah.
It's interesting that you say that too, because the second order effect is that identity is something that you cannot like really, for you internally as myself, I can identify as whatever, different people, but my race, my age, all of that is identity put on me. But on chain, I can be 100% intentional about
my actions speak for themselves, right?
Yeah, so it's a reconstruction of identity, not based off of history, but based off of how I want the world to perceive me. It's a little esoteric, but I think that
I love you're writing your own story. It's again back to that in a similar sense of the levelization, flattening of the curves of the world. It's doing the same thing for people who don't look the way they don't look like they should be successful. There's lots of studies that the way you look can affect your entire career path. And I love that like there's a lot of levelization of that, the anon culture and just internet culture as well. So we're getting got a few minutes left. I want to get to our last question and then open it up for panels. So this question starts off for Nir, and then I want to jump in. One of the things the last panel was talking about was Suji mentioned he was worried that in Web3 we were going to make the same mistakes they made, somewhat recently, where everyone was so focused on winning in the decentralization that they fought each other to death, and the movement died. It died on the vine. And so in the space, there's definitely a lot of really great social protocols, Lens and Farcaster being the largest, but like we've done this before. We have EOS, DSO. There's been a lot of things, even in the Bitcoin community, that was attempting to do this. And it feels like we've had momentum this time. That's really great. The funding's there, and high caliber teams to build great apps are there. And so the question to you, Nir, is where we have decentralized social protocols at the base, but we're starting to, I feel like, potentially see, especially in the Farcaster Warpcaster model, a potential winner-take-all approach at the centralized app layer. Are we still decentralized if that happens, and what can we do to make sure it doesn't happen?
I think that's happening to some extent. I mean, this stuff is really tiny. It's hard to kind of judge Warpcasts on what's worked really well for them, which is to focus on their client, right? I mean, they've built, I would say, the probably best consumer app in Web3 social, and it's led to the returns that we've seen. As another Farcaster client, we're enormously happy to see the total user base of Farcaster users 10x or 100x just solely because of Farcaster. I do believe that like decentralization is the choice to opt in and the ability to opt out of these networks and these apps. So I do believe that if Dan Romero or the team at Warpcast was making like really like dictatorial type decisions, maybe the type we see Elon make around like shadow banning Tesla fudders and stuff like that people would rise up and build a different client and have the ability to do so, and that enough is decentralized for them to do so. I would point to some really interesting approaches to try to solve this stuff, though. Like, I'm a very big fan of what Blue Sky is doing with their content moderation approach. So Blue Sky basically has, instead of one For You feed, an ecosystem, essentially an app store of free feeds that you can decide to subscribe to. And on the flip side, on the content moderation, they have what are called moderation lists, which sort of function like Twitter lists, but in the block sense, where instead of you having to like block each individual user or kind of trust Blue Sky the app to decide who and what to shadow ban, you can subscribe to someone else's algorithm that is doing a really good job of, let's say, blocking all this large set of users that are talking about things in a certain way or have certain type of content that you as a user don't want. And so when you join something like Blue Sky, there's a default block list that you're subscribed to. That's what the team is choosing. But you have the ability to opt out of that block list and choose a different block list that you want to subscribe to. That's an enormous advantage, and I really see as like a fair playing field in terms of how this stuff plays out. Certainly something that we at Yup plan on adopting at scale, and I think that kind of user choice and win by decentralization is the solution to these things, and something that I know the Farcaster community takes very seriously.
I would agree with that wholeheartedly. In the sense that, like, as long as the protocol, like, you can opt out, I think it's totally fine and fair for there to be a centralization factor, you know, for Warpcast. Like, there's so many benefits of the centralization piece that we, you know, they can implement, you know, that maybe is not, like, loved by the majority of people that are like hardcore decentralization people, but the important part is that the protocol underneath is completely decentralized, and you can always opt out of the Warpcast thing or and build your own client that is, you know, tailored to, you know, better ideals. That's not what Dan Romero decides, right?
Sure. For the people who maybe aren't on Farcaster, or maybe we should unpack this a little bit.
Sure.
Nerfing. DWR, founder of Farcaster, who also runs the Webcaster client, will talk about and tell people you're going to get nerfed in the algorithm if you're doing, in his opinion, bad behavior. Maybe a low quality reply, wow. Again, I want to press this point. I feel like personally that there's a risk of creating an echo chamber on Farcaster when no one's willing to push back against that. If we continue to allow founders of protocols like this to do things that feel dictator-like, maybe that's okay right now because, they're just building it and like we'll turn a blind eye and we get it, we're founders. But is it setting us up to be able to have the debate when we need to have the debate and it really matters? Or is that point, are they going to do it again and we're going to be okay because, they did it before?
Well, I think it's hard to compare it to Web2 social, where at any attempt to build a separate client for something like Twitter or Instagram, the entire client was nerfed. Like, there was no attempt to really try to compete. And here, there's like a real checks and balances. Like, for example, at Yup, we don't nerf those same users. So if you do have a low quality reply, and Dan and that team decide to nerf you at Yup, we see that as a suggestion. When we look at that API, that might be something we agree with and also want to nerf, but it's not something that by default we have to. And I strongly think that and the other thing to remember, I think for every user complaining that the nerfing is too centralizing, there's 100 users that are churning, meaning they're stopping to use any Farcaster client because of the low quality, with those low quality replies, or I think in many cases even more controversial things in the context of like misinformation, pornography, stuff like that users don't want to see. And so I do strongly believe that, you know, if there was demand for that content that they're choosing to stop, we would very quickly see clients emerge. I think the market share that Warpcast has in relation to these other clients is actually shrinking, not growing. And I think that's a very important kind of point to make in this thing. I think that will continue to be the case, especially as we see completely different mediums, like an Instagram-looking thing, whereas Warpcast is kind of more Twitter, Reddit. I think that's going to be like a very interesting impact here. And lastly, I'll just say, like, you know, users having the choice, I think, is the most important. Like, markets have a way of correcting themselves. I think the Farcaster team would not be making decisions that they think users don't want at scale. And just because I, as a Farcaster client, don't get to make those decisions for Warpcast, I think that's really important.
Now the crowd's potentially taking rights from someone, right? Like, we have the Bill of Rights, and we have individual rights in the meat space for a reason. And so I think one of the biggest risks here is the crowd dictating individual rights, and we make the same mistakes that we've already seen occur in human history.
I kind of have an interesting take, and I think that decentralization is okay. You don't want decentralization for decentralization's sake, because I think that whatever happens with Warpcast, at the end of the day, I can take my graph with me. And I think that goes back to like everything being on chain eventually. I think next cycle, things are going to be cheap enough. Maybe not this cycle, but next cycle, things are going to be cheap enough where everything is on chain, whether it's an L3 or just verifiable credentials, assigned messages. It may not be on a blockchain, but it's verifiable. Right? And so you can take that with you and anyone can like use that. And so this moment in time, Warpcast is the thing, but later on, it may not be. But the underlying graph is something that, like, because on Facebook or on X, I can't take my graph with me. That, I think that is important distinction there.
I think we're going to see a lot of clients for specific audiences that want certain content, right? Like, I believe in a world where like Reddit and Twitter were decentralized. Reddit and Twitter, like, I don't know if many people know, but a large percentage of that content is porn. Like, I think Twitter may be like 20% porn. I'm fully confident that yeah, it's very high. Yeah, it's sarcastic. He's being sarcastic. I strongly believe that if Twitter was a protocol, there would be a porn client. There would just be a client for those that want that content, and I think there would be a crypto Twitter client. I think there would be a sports Twitter client, and those things would start to have their own decision making around content moderation. That isn't just a yes no, but like, is this relevant to what we're trying to serve? In the same way that Warpcast is doing now.
All right. I'm going to get a hold of this super panel. We have 10 minutes left. I do want to give time for people to ask questions. Nancy down here has the microphone. If you have any questions for the panel, please come up here. And if you want to direct it to one of us or to the group, just let us know. Thank you.
We can keep shit posting here, you know.
We can do it all day.
Keep going.
Is this going to be a pod, by the way?
Are we recording this?
We are. We can.
Yeah, let's put this
We
baby
should
on
do
chain.
that.
Yeah.
I want to be the first mint, though. Don't try to front run me.
Thank you for. I'm here. The question is around actually moderation and talking about social-fi versus Web3 social. Do you see any opportunities to use like reward mechanisms to drive like users to auto-moderate or help with the moderation itself? So leveraging the casino-like gamification for basically making the app, whatever, better for that specific community.
Yeah, I would love to. On the upside, we have a token, and that token actually rewards people not just for earliness, but good taste. And so I think in the context of moderation, like if you're early to say that something is of value or not value, you'll actually be rewarded on Yup for that. And I see that as a form of moderation. But ultimately, I think leaving that up to the user. I really like what Blue Sky is doing here. And you could see people monetizing around that. Like, here's my moderation list that 20% of Blue Sky subscribes to. And now I'm going to charge $4.99 for that, for access to that moderation list. And that users would actually pay those kinds of things.
Yeah, I was just going to add that, like, I forgot it.
Right. Yeah, no worries. So I think that this is a great game to play because, you know, if you get the incentive design correct and you have that sustainable model, I think that's what we're all looking for. Something that can meet short-term kind of like, okay, this content is relevant for me, but also sustains in the long term. And I think we're going to have a whole generation of kids that are, you know, grew up playing an iPad that have game design thinking from like a very early age. And you're going to see a lot of these experiments. I'm super excited to see how we can get this incentive alignment because really I think that's what, you know, Web3, crypto, whatever you want to call it is. It's like instead of everyone going inside and playing a video game, the video game economics are now in the real world. So I think there's that blurring and there's going to be some kid that is like, you know, 4 years old right now playing on his iPad, thinking about, you know, innately these kind of things, old enough to be able to, in a permissionless way, kind of have a novel incentive mechanism for moderation.
Yeah, and I remembered my point, and it was, you know, there's no reason why that shouldn't be a thing. And to the earlier discussion of like opening up moderation to become a multiplayer game is probably a really powerful primitive that will like really help any of these social clients, and it's totally possible. Like you have the ETH address, you can reward these people, you know, inherently for good actions. So I hope that happens, you know, sometime soon, because multiplayer moderation would probably be like really powerful.
Sure. I do want to just want to make a caveat that like wealth is not the same thing as social value content. And I think both BitClout and Friends Tech have shown us this. Both of their feeds, I would argue, are some of the worst content moderated feeds, because whales aren't necessarily good at creating tweets. Those things don't go hand in hand.
Yep.
So just tying it to a monetary value is not really going to give us the answer. We need to find a stronger mechanism that might reward the right people, but that isn't just tied to how much money you're willing to stake or how much money you can put on the table.
Yeah, but even
I
just
think
like having
financialization of moderation alone is a huge mistake. It has to have some social aspects as well.
No, but like
somewhere
having,
between Wikipedia and a financialized thing needs to probably be where we're at.
Yeah, but like people would do, you know, great moderation if they got the cool moderator badge, you know, that only, you know, a handful of people got, right?
Yeah.
Like you can bake that into it. I wasn't saying that it necessarily has to be financialized, but there can also be, you know, there's very strong social rewards that you can do around that.
And there's a whole can of worms when it comes to AI and like tireless moderation tools now that can exist based off of, you know, kind of predictive analysis and intent. So
100%. To Near and Blue Sky, you said, I think we're going to head towards a world of diversity of algorithms. The client is just one thing that we can be diverse on. Diversity of algorithms and user trained algorithms, where I think is going to probably over time lead to where most of the moderation actually occurs, while the signals it's digesting is just informing it. But that was a really great question. Thank you for that question.
Definitely.
Who here is still active on Friend Tech?
Which one?
Friends Tech?
Friend Tech?
Oh, no.
Anyone?
Any Friend Tech people here? Go ahead.
Can't hear. Yeah.
The mic's not working, but we're going to relay it.
I got the gist of the question. Another great question. So her question was moderation as a multiplayer sport, and specifically in the reference to moderation where we're effectively self-regulating in her words. And I think the question she was asking is self-regulation and enough in an online world where she gave an example where online a woman in a metaverse was raped, and is that even rape? And so that's a very specific example that I'm not aware of, but I think it's a good question. What does everybody think?
Well, I think this is like a good point for decentralized social, in my opinion, which is like, I think government should definitely step in and regulate social and other apps in general. Like, I mean, it's such a big part of everybody's lives. I fully expect governments to do that. I think the advantage of having a decentralized protocol beneath that is that you can have a lot more variance in that censorship, meaning we should not be censoring American users based on China's standards of what things should be censored, but China's users should be able to use the same underlying social graph and content graph in the context of their app. And so I think it actually puts even more of an accountability on the clients, because they're the ones who are making kind of unilateral decisions on what's being shown on that specific client. But also at the same time allows for more variety and diversity because across the world, different governments have different standards for this form of content moderation.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I think that is kind of to the earlier discussion of like the decentralized protocol, what Nir was saying, and the centralized client. Like that's kind of on the client to set those guidelines of like what is okay and what's not, because what I think is okay might not necessarily be the same thing that Nir thinks is okay, that James thinks is okay, and Lawson thinks is okay. So obviously like a pure free to play multiplayer moderation doesn't necessarily work, but with guidelines from like some sort of centralized client, that becomes more powerful, right? So yeah.
I think that's a good place to end it. Great question. All right, thank you all for coming out to our panel, Web3 Social versus SocialFi. I am Lawson.fm. We have James Young up here, Collab Land and Telefriends, Nir with yup.io, and Lucas with Pods. Check out all of our products. We appreciate you, and feel free to come up and ask any of us questions. Happy to chat.
Make sure to mint the pod when it comes out.
And mint the pod. Let's do a selfie over here.
All right.
Hello? How's everyone doing? Good? Have you been drinking water? Okay, make sure to get dehydrated. So I want to tell you about my social media feeds because it's really relevant to the next topic. Is a couple weeks ago during the Super Bowl time, my feed is mysteriously full of Taylor Swift dating the football player. It's everywhere. If I go to TikTok, if I go to Twitter, if I go to even my Chinese social media platform, it's full of the content, homogeneous content. And lately, during ETH Denver time, I was trying to go back to crypto Twitter to find out some interesting events and people to get to know to or events to attend. My Twitter is full of Dune content because I really want to watch Dune 2. My favorite character is Timothée Chalamet and Zendaya. So this is actually introduced to the next topic, which is about algorithm and ranking in our social feed. I was reading this New Yorker article called Why Internet is Boring Now, which says we're leaving the pull internet where we have agents and actively pulling content, pulling topics, and pulling people into our digital world. We're now in the push era where we've been pushed to see many stuff we might not intend to see, but they can maximize our dopamine stimulation in our neural system. So the next topic is actually relate to this, and actually I really like the topic. The name is called Building MySpace and For You pages on decentralized, sorry, I'm gonna do it again. Building MySpace and For You pages with decentralized ID, where it's gonna be moderated by my fantastic colleague Homing, who is the co-founder of NextID, which is the aggregator of variety of decentralized identities on page, and where you can go to web3.bio to check it out. And we also have Leo from MyTree, Sahil from Karma3 Labs, Zhen Yuyong from web3.auth, as well as Itai from Turban. From dynamic.xyz. Sorry about mispronunciation. Okay, let's give them a round of applause. So, guys, please take over the stage.
Hello? Check.
Yeah, this sound like a guitarist.
I was going to say the mic is right in our face.
Yeah, it's a podcast type.
Yeah. How do you guys feel? Like exciting?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's do it. So this is an identity panel. So we have some of our speakers. So I'm Homing. I'm the co-founder of NextID, which is doing the identity management protocol for for AI agents, for the wallet, also for the Web2 handle. So basically, we're doing a new approach and doing a new narrative. And here's Jen from Web3 Auth, Ada from Dynamic, and Leo from Matria, and Sahil from Karma 3. Yeah. Maybe we can just give a quick intro from Jen.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe I'll go first. I'm Zen. I'm one of the co-founders of Web3 Auth. I hope everybody's having a good time in Denver. It's a bit cold for me, to be honest.
Yeah.
We're the leading wallet as a service provider. Today, powering some brands you guys know and love, including Animoca, Safe, McDonald's, Universal Studios, so on and so forth. And we're just excited to be here, you know?
Yeah.
Cool. Hi, everyone. Can you guys hear me okay? Yeah? Oh, sweet. Okay, perfect. I'm Itai from Dynamic. We essentially do Web3 authentication. So if you go into Starknet in the last drop, or if you go into IYK or sound.xyz or any of those sites and you click login, that entire experience is powered by Dynamic or Doodles or Pudgy Penguins. So you click login, and whether you have a wallet or you don't have a wallet, we kind of handle that. We handle user management. We handle authorization. Pretty much anything you need behind that login button.
My name is Leo. I am from Maitri Network. What we're primarily doing at Maitri is incentivizing interoperability in social media. So it's a type of architecture that breaks the winner-take-all dynamic that we have in social media so that we can incentivize applications to actually want to interoperate with one another and want to work on it. As you can imagine, the identity layer is very near and dear to us as it relates to social media. And one of the things that we're specifically working on at the moment is implementing decentralized community graphs, which are kind of like social graphs, but different in the sense that they enable us to represent communities and membership in communities in a way that's loose rather than binary. You might be partially a member or fully a member or anywhere along the spectrum. And the governance around that, which is allowing community members to vote on other members' level of membership. And that's where identity and reputation systems become extremely important, as well as Sybil resistance. So this is all very at the core of what we're doing.
Hey everyone, my name is Sahil and I'm from Karma 3 Labs, and we're building a decentralized reputation protocol. So I love the topic and the theme, MySpace and For You. I think one of the earliest use cases that we're seeing is that really blockchains or social graph protocols like Farcaster or Lens have an open data, open social graph layer. And when you have that, then you have the ability to really create custom algorithm layers where developers and users can actually create their own personalized feeds, ranking systems. They don't have to deal with spam. So we're building the compute layer, which can power these ranking and recommendation systems for Web3 social, for on-chain communities who need to distinguish between who's a reputable person in the community versus a Sybil or a spammer. So yeah, we're in the early days and building out a protocol which we'll share more about.
So Web3 is naturally something with a crypto, but I think 5 of us project, we never launched a token yet. So I'm just really curious, Jen and Dynamic, Itai, maybe you guys are partnership together before doing the MPC wallet implementation. And I'm just really curious, how's the implementation going on, and also how do you guys feel selling the onboarding SDK to the enterprises? Because I think, to me, when I'm talking to more Web2 companies, it's gonna be pretty hard to just convince them to do something more with Web3 and also to just do the implementation. Yeah.
So I think I really resonate with what you've been saying. Yeah. This cycle especially. Yeah. You know, in the 2022 cycle, for us, a lot of the growth that we saw and we felt was driven from Web2 companies primarily moving to Web3, all of that interest, large brands really wanting, and the innovation labs wanting to, try things out. We have been, with this cycle, we have been seeing that growth as well, but the growth definitely is not coming from the enterprise segment anymore. The enterprise segment is actually still very cautious in particular, and I think it's a combination of the high interest rates, the tech layoffs, and then AI basically being the poster child that every innovation lab really needs to take. You can't really, as a member of an enterprise, get budget for a 20-man team to do something on crypto at this point.
Yeah, I think to your point, that what we've seen isn't necessarily growth in enterprise versus growth in a bunch of startups that are trying to abstract away crypto and to build an experience that is kind of Web 2 in the front and kind of crypto behind the scenes. So what we're seeing is a lot of kind of growth in, Venmo-like applications that are trying to do cross-country stablecoin type transfers where there are wallets on both sides or there's auth on both sides, but an end user doesn't necessarily need to know it's crypto, right? So we're seeing this interesting crypto-enabled stack that abstracts away crypto completely on the front end, but has all of these kind of capabilities on the back end. We're seeing a lot of that. So a lot of these startups, they're being built, whether it's, again, physical digital experiences like IYK, where you scan, for those that don't know, it's a really cool company, kind of scan a physical kind of NFC chip, get a digital experience. So that is microphone okay, by the way?
Put a bit choppy.
Bit closer.
A bit
really?
choppy.
Is this better? Yeah? Okay. So we're seeing a lot of folks try to build those experiences, not necessarily just enterprises trying to do if they do, to your point, it's more of a kind of side project, innovation teams versus a core integration. So that's kind of the difference from the last cycle.
Yeah, so I also talked to Sahil before because we are also doing a identity layer, the identity data, also the social graph data. So we were talking about the partnership, but I think Sahil, the Karma 3, they are doing something really awesome. They can just use our data to doing some algorithm. I think it's kind of the different approach. Some of our, we are doing the, to Web 2, or we can just directly to do something to Web 3 or the on-chain data. So how do you feel the future of the data? Does all the identity will be just on-chain, or it's going to be the kind of dynamic? It's going to be, so per my perspective, it's going to be three kind of different things. Maybe AI agents, they can be the identity. Also your wallets, which is going to be the financial identity, and we can just have the Web 2 identity. We can use the OAuth and have the user on board. So I'm really curious, what are you guys doing recently? And yeah.
No, absolutely. So I think the most important thing, which has been our thesis and mental model while we're building Karma 3 Labs, is how can we address problems in the Web3 context? And the Web3 context is you have open social graphs like Farcaster and Lens today. There'll be many thousands of these graphs that can be created over time. You have blockchain data, which is open. You have users who have the sovereignty to control their actions. They own the private keys, right? So within this context, if people have to have consumer experiences, we need things like what Itai and what we're seeing with Web3 Auth, having safe onboarding of users. But then the next layer is, how do we make relevant experiences for users based on their data, which is openly accessible? Web 2 got this really right. Google used PageRank for indexing the web and solving search. Social media companies built up recommendation engines. You can see Facebook, TikTok, really mining and controlling the data. So in order to create relevant experiences for users in Web3, our mental model is we need to solve these problems, but with an open stack. So we think a lot about an open algorithm, an open ranking layer for powering social and consumer experiences. So in the last 1 year, a lot of our focus is where are those ecosystems like Farcaster, Lens, MetaMask, Optimism, which are open communities and they need a ranking, a recommendation layer. Let's work with them. Let's build open tools, open source, public infrastructure, which can help developers actually create a safe environment for users. So that's how we think about solving problems in Web3, which could not be solved in Web2, and they need this computing infra. Even with AI agents, how do you trust one agent over the other, right? And there's a lot of security attack vectors that you have to think about when solving it. So I think a lot of our head is, in a very geeky way, go and solve for a compute system which provides verifiable computation on on-chain data so that third-party developers can build amazing experiences. So that's how I see in the next 18 months, a lot of innovation in social and consumer, especially with some of the tooling which is now being built out. But this ranking recommendation is a key piece. For Web2, it was important to get 1 billion users to interact with some of these consumer apps. Web3, we're far away from that, but we know we need to build these tools before we even get there. So that's how we're thinking about what kind of problems to tackle at Karma 3. And this year, we're moving a little bit from whatever we learned on working with these use case partners, how do we solidify that into a generalizable protocol so that any third party can use these APIs, can create their own algorithms without having to ask permissions from a centralized gatekeeper.
So Hil, I really love what you guys are working on, and we're very much on the same team here of trying to solve the same problems. I love the PageRank approach. I think you're, in this context, you're calling it Eigenrank. Is that right?
Yeah, Eigentrust. Yeah.
Eigentrust. Okay. Yeah. No, that's a really cool way of adapting that. I'm curious how because we've been thinking about the same problem of how do you make sure that people end up with unique accounts rather than creating multiple ones.
So that's actually a very good question, and I think this is the right kind of audience to think about it. I think a lot of times we think about, hey, you'll have embedded wallets. How do you tie? Basic composability breaks in some way, right? When you have to create a social graph of one user that may have app-specific wallets. And I think we're not trying to solve that problem. I do think we have to think hard about how this world would exist and grow. But I think we need some thinking together. What tools will come up to where people might self-identify, hey, this is my DID, but these are my 10 different EOAs attached to a DID, and it makes sense for me to connect these EOAs to one DID so that I can get better experiences. But it's opt-in, right? Google or Apple or Facebook doesn't control that data about me. So I think I don't have an answer, but that's how I at least think about it today.
I agree with that. I think that's definitely part of the solution, which is how do we incentivize people to not create duplicate accounts, because linking it all to one account gives you a better experience and gives you a higher level of reputation and trust, to the point that you're kind of harming yourself by doing duplicates, at least in most cases. In some cases, we'll still have the problem of people creating duplicates.
And one small example is, today I can create 10 accounts on Twitter, but I might only accrue a reputation on one account. And it's not like if I want people to read what I say, I will go to the account which has the biggest blast radius or impact radius versus to a non-account which not many people follow, right? So these are like Web 2 problems also we have to think hard about. I think Itai has a point.
I think it's a very good and active discussion topic that we have pretty much daily around exactly what you said, which is how do you move, for instance, siloed embedded wallets into global embedded wallets? Now, I think the first thing is to think about whether you really have to, right? There are some use cases in which you really don't, right? So, for instance, if we think about the decentralized Venmo use case, then really I don't care that I have multiple identities. I just care that I have an account and I can transfer money to you. It doesn't have to be connected to
the Sybil resistance comes from the amount of money you have in the account, and you can't double spend. So yeah,
that's exactly right. So like that's use case number one where I don't necessarily care. There's a second kind of bucket, which is actually I don't have one identity. I have identities, right? I think, okay, we might have like 3 or 4 embedded wallets or 3 or 4 wallets where we share identities. But then to your point, okay, but how do you make it not 50, right? Like that's the problem. And then there's a first shameless plug. I'm actually doing a talk on this on Friday, so please come listen. But it's
when?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Sometime on Friday, just show up.
Just show up on Friday.
Just show up on Friday, and it'll be there.
I'll be here.
Yeah, just wait, and then. But you know, what we're seeing is there's several approaches for how you can do this, right? You can do this. One approach, for instance, is the Farcaster approach, which is you have a hub, which is your identity hub, and then you link a bunch of these wallets to your identity hub, right? So that is an approach that we're seeing folks think about it. And obviously, it looks like Farcaster, whether explicitly or implicitly, is thinking about it by adding connect your Solana wallet and connect your EVM wallet and verify multiple addresses. That is an approach. A second approach is start with global, meaning you log in on website A or log in on website B and you get the same embedded wallet or the same thing regardless of whether you want to or not. And so there are like these really interesting kind of different paths we can go down as an industry for how to resolve this. I wish I had an answer. I don't necessarily do. I am very bullish on the Farcaster approach to things, which is it is easier to build your identity around the place you already spend your time versus try to convince you to spend your time in a new place. And so by Farcaster, for instance, having the inertia of being the town square and the place where you spend your time, you might have 3 Farcaster accounts to your point, like Twitter, but they might be your hub for 3 identities where you can connect multiple things, whether they're branded wallets or embedded wallets.
Yeah, that's great.
I do feel like back to Web 2, because the single sign-on is really good, and identifiers like Google or even the Twitter is just so convenient. And like the Twitter or Facebook, they have the single sign-on, but this based on your social is naturally have your social graph, identity graph. But for Google, it's kind of like the works to it. Like so everyone has Gmail, so that's why you can just naturally use Gmail to create as many things as you want. But like maybe back to Web 1 or Web 0, there's so many different identities. I think single sign-on solved kind of like the solution. Just give the one identifier like for just the logging everything.
But by the way, just on that point, like even within Web 2, you pretty much have like 5 identifiers, right? Because we all have our Gmail, but we also all have Facebook. And we sometimes log in with Facebook. And we all have Apple if you're an iOS user. And so you log in with Apple. And so even there, and we might have Steam, and you might log into games with Steam. So even there, you actually don't have one single sign-on provider. You have like 5.
Yeah, that's possible. So per my understanding, maybe the future is going to be like the AI agents also going to just get into your data. Like I'm just thinking about how we can just protect our data. Like there's so many privacy sensitive data like to your credit card info, how we can just let your AI agent to access your data and some like given maybe the session key, then revoke the session key, like temporarily to access your data. Maybe I'm thinking something like this.
So, I mean, for one, I absolutely agree with Itai in that like identity is fragmented, and it was fragmented and is fragmented in Web 2. If that's the case already, I see no reason why, like, there's no evidence on why consolidation will occur in Web 3 as well, in particular. And I think identity is a little bit like a catch-22, especially in kind of like crypto and most, even in like Web 2, like KYC providers wanting to do like an aggregated identity. It's a catch-22 because often people will talk about identity, and the OAuth initially was actually open authentication for the sake of like self-sovereign digital identity, but it became SSO only because this is the same thing. People which kind of came up with OAuth was like, okay, we want self-sovereign ownership, but at the end of the day, the largest use case for OAuth was just SSO and to use your Google account to log in, to maintain one account in particular, because that's where people, at the end of the day, like, identity doesn't matter until you get the distribution. It's not the other way around, right? Farcaster, and the reason why we find it exciting is, yes, they have a nice distributed like session key setup in particular, and they have nice read-write properties in the identity system. But the only reason why we're talking about it, Lens also has something that's pretty cool. But the reason why we talk more about Farcaster, not Lens, is because like Farcaster has more users at this point in time actually using it. It's like yeah. So I mean, I just think it's more of like, what's MetaMask going to integrate, right? What are the wallet providers going to do? What are the people with TAMs at this point going to be doing?
I can see recently there's more social, like a Web3 social apps. They're just implementing the wallet directly into your social accounts. Maybe you can just use MPC wallet, then just like log into another new platform. Maybe this can be the new identifiers to just unify everything.
But MPC wallets in itself are app scoped, right?
Yeah,
So how do you
yeah,
get
yeah,
that across?
Yeah, so I think there's a problem like under my per my understanding, because like the Magic Link, the Web3 auth, like you guys are all doing the MPC wallet, but when I'm using like the
Magic's
same,
not MPC.
Yeah, oh yeah, okay, yeah, but anyway, there's so many MPC servers. There are so many like MPC wallets like competitors now, and when you're using the same Google accounts or same emails to just create like so many different wallets, I think it's kind of like for the users kind of like bugging themselves, like what's the kind of difference? Because I'm using the same Google accounts, but it's just creating the different wallets. How we can just manage it? I think Dynamics trying to solve this problem.
Yeah,
right?
look, we're thinking through it, but it's a non-trivial problem. It's not necessarily a non-trivial engineering problem. I'm assuming, correct me if I'm wrong, you know this stuff better. I'm assuming you can globally scope an MPC with an iframe and kind of a single origin or thing of approaches there. But it's more like I keep thinking about the analogy of if I log into my Amazon account, right, with my Google, and I buy something, and then I log into my Target account and log in with the same Google, and I see my Amazon purchases. That is super weird as an experience. That is like it's not a technical problem as much as a UX and like education problem. So in when you log into Google, there's a very clear expectation setting that Google does with what is shared and what isn't shared. And as much as I've obviously like hubris that Dynamic is going to be an extremely successful company, and so is everyone else here. Google has like a billion billion Gmail users, or 2 billion at this point. And so, what's that? Yeah, more.
Maybe
and so
more,
they're the identity provider. Let's not kid ourselves, right? Like them and Facebook and Instagram are the identity providers, and they're going to remain the identity providers for a very long time. And so it's around solving the experience, I think, globally while using them, versus trying to like come up with a new identity provider method, which is far to your point. Like I'm a huge fan of Farcaster. Please follow me, by the way. Just Itai at Farcaster. But they have like 200,000 users, 500,000 users. Like this is it's still not 2, 3, 4 billion. And so that we should. Like all these global wallets or identity or things of that sort, we should just take with a grain of salt of like still a small industry type thing.
And yeah, I think I definitely agree with Itai there, because eventually if you go back, Google and Facebook became identity providers because they had distribution, because people were there, right? And if Farcaster and some other utility apps become the place where most people spend their time, then that becomes their kind of place to build identity from. But the cool part here, it's not controlled by one company, right? You can take your social graph away and use it in any other way. And I think, although a counterpoint is to your comparison of Amazon account and Target accounts and my purchases, I think the beauty of Web3 is composability. You could take your reputation or your activity from one place to another, which is not a new thing. For example, airline mile programs also use your reputation with Marriott's of the world or 10 other places, and they compose your reputation to give you some loyalty programs, right? So how do airdrops happen? Airdrops happen by developers saying, hey, you're reputable here, you're reputable there because you did A here, B there, C there, and I know that because it's on chain. So let me actually bootstrap your reputation in my ecosystem or community by using your existing identity and reputation, right? So the conversation becomes less about global identifiers, but more about localized kind of reputation graphs in a way, right? Of course, which is scary, it's open, which is a different conversation altogether. But it's also, maybe it's a feature and not a bug, because first time we have an open data layer, which which kind of makes us combine and bring this composability.
I'm not sure if you guys have heard of Matisto? Matiston. No?
No.
Spelled that backwards? No, I'm kidding.
It was basically it's I think it came up about 8 years ago in particular. They vehemently hate crypto, the team, but they are basically Farcaster without like the blockchain component of the commitments being put on chain. So it's open social graph. They have like their Twitter clones in particular. They got quite a bit of traction in like the SF community, like 4 or 5 years ago. But then now it's mainly used for like, unfortunately, like, dubious, nefarious activities. But so I look at that, and then I look at Farcaster, and I just feel like the open social graph isn't a driving factor. If it was, Matisto would have been popular. Or maybe it's just timing as well and crowd.
Right.
But it's like
I think
it's
just
it's like
I think it's just to make it easier to access. But you're right. This is another factor to run
Right.
everything.
Look, I mean, most users just they don't care that much about decentralization, right? The driving factor has to be a better product and more innovation. But I completely agree with you, Sahil, that we can build a better identity systems, right? Ultimately, Google and Facebook, they have the distribution, but they're terrible identity providers, especially Google. Like, oh, great, you signed on with your Gmail. Like, that doesn't tell me anything about you, and how easy is it to create a fake Gmail, right? So what's great is that we can vampire attack them by using these single sign-ons as starting points, and then we can build something much better that does have reputation systems, and that does create, like you say, composability and competition. We want competition and interoperability at all these different layers, whether we're talking about identity, whether we're talking about social media applications and so on. They should all be interoperable, and we should not have one, winner take all, one or winner take most kind of outcomes like we did in Web 2. So I don't think just saying Google or Facebook have got this covered is an acceptable solution at all. But it's a great starting point we can build off of.
I think, to your point, I think maybe to clarify, I don't think Google or Facebook have it covered versus I think Farcaster is a good example, for instance, of the value proposition it provides is a vertical town square for crypto. Right, that is the use case.
Right.
The killer use case is essentially vertical town square for crypto. And so in the same way, to your point, what I do think will happen is we'll move from the top 5 identity providers, like the Facebook, Google, Instagram, which is Facebook, and
Twitter,
Apple, and Twitter, to maybe 50 identity providers. And that might be powered by wallets, for instance, right? It might be that Robinhood is your financial identity, right? And Farcaster is your crypto identity provider, and you might have your Steam is your gaming identity provider. And so I do think there's going to be this evolution of additional identity providers that I hope actually use crypto rails. To your point on composability, I don't think we'll go to like 5,000.
Right.
But I definitely think we'll definitely see a login with Robinhood over time that is your hub. To your point, shares more than your email.
Absolutely, it could share your KYC, right? Because there's so many different layers to identity. So you're absolutely right. It's like, is it verifying that you're human? Is it verifying that you've been KYC'd? Is it verifying your physical location, that you live in a certain country or whatever? And all of these can then, they can be aggregated by certain platforms. But again, those can be competing with one another. Those don't need to be just one winner take all.
So I think it's actually cool that you brought that up. Coinbase might give Robinhood a run for their money because Coinbase recently launched attestations that Coinbase.com issues to any wallet on Base that your KYC was already performed.
Yeah.
And you're able to trade crypto in these countries. That's beautiful. That's Robinhood for you. But Coinbase, with the right kind of privacy protection, right? Hey, that's a centralized company. They have the data, sure. They have to run a service in a regulated way. But they can extend that to your EOA, right? And that's kind of the beauty of it too. Like we'll see even things like attestations become really good tools to enable such things as well.
100%, right? To your point, 100%. Like we'll see. I really hope, right? 2 years ago, I think Circle and Coinbase did the Verity program, and I think this is the iteration of that, or like a future version of that. I struggle with KYC specifically as the attestation versus other attestations, mostly because there's an inherent incentive for a company to do its own KYC, so it can show that it did its own KYC.
Right.
And so there's like this weird compliance incentive there. But I'm with you. I completely agree. I think like EAS, for instance, is like a phenomenal platform that I hope we all leverage for this stuff. Or put stuff on Ceramic Network or do that type. Those types of absolute short answer is absolutely. I think the observation you made is the critical one, which is today with Gmail, you pretty much share your email address. It should be a much deeper type of like identity handshake for what is transferred in a privacy-preserving manner.
Yeah, and Itai, you touched on a really good point, which is the incentive systems here around KYC specifically. But I think more broadly, I would put this question out to all of you guys, which is monetization of the identity layer. It's going to be a hard one to monetize, and
yeah, it's really hard.
I want to actually hear all your guys' thoughts on this.
Because I think like for some reason, so we are doing the identity for free, like some onboarding SDK for free, and like we are partnering with Karma 3, so we just want to like maybe monetize through the data, and that's kind of like the business maybe they wanted. And I think, yeah, it's pretty hard to just only providing the onboarding SDK to just convince the enterprise or the dApps just to adopt it, and just like giving like the original way, like in the Web2, like Auth0 or Okta, they're just charging for usage or something. So yeah, I think maybe you guys know more because you guys talk to enterprise more.
So I mean, I think the biggest problem of monetizing authentication is that, like, you know, the efficiencies through, as a user, I only want to authenticate once. And my ideal is I authenticate once into any app. I do KYC once into any app, and I'm done. That's my internet connection for life, right? I never do this again. That's the ideal, because that's the ideal user experience. It's the ideal, like, also, like, you could argue, like, data and privacy controls, because only one of my data exists out there. That's the ideal that we all strive for, right?
Can we apply the same ideal to ETH Denver side events? I just put in my bio once to sign up for all of them.
For real, man. That's
maybe
insane.
just use this one. This is
maybe
NFC.
We start that use case, right? But that's the ideal, and then I think, and that's the idea that we strive for. That's why we like the open protocols. That's the value that we ultimately try to bring through these open protocols. But then when you take a look at, when you compare like Web3 monetization of like identity, and when we take a look at Web2, if we take a very naive lens to Web2 and just go, okay, look, KYC, people are charging $1 to $2 per pop, right? You know, like, wouldn't you as an application want to pay maybe just 50 cents and not do the KYC? Wouldn't you want to do that? But then when you take a deeper look into the industry, you actually realize that these KYC providers themselves are already actually doing this. If there are two companies using the same KYC provider, they only make the user do it once. They have these, not all of them, but a lot of them do have these fundamental inherent efficiencies, albeit, yes, in a centralized manner, but they already do have these efficiencies, and that's the market price of what is, like, of identities, like, being charged at already, right? Considering that.
In that context, how do you prevent reselling? So I pay 50 cents to you, you attest the KYC to me, and then now I have that at the station, and I go resell it to 50 other guys for 1 penny a piece.
I mean, the way they do it is like data liability, like, you know, just basic SaaS contracts and all, in a very centralized
that you're not
manner.
allowed to resell.
But in Web3, yeah, naturally, like, how would you do that, right? Like, because ownership of the credential, there's designated verifier signatures. I'm not sure if Vitalik had a post on that, which basically, I can tell you, you believe it, but you can't share it. using, but it doesn't really work. But I think, yeah, I mean, they're
Again, we can
practical.
leave it as an open question.
They're practical, technical problems, like you say. But I think the point that I was just trying to get at is that Web 2 itself is also attempting this. So, like, us attempting this is also not unique. And it's quite, I've been trying, I don't have an answer here, but I've just come, when I dive into this problem, I just realized that it's so much harder to bring out a 10x product that improves on top of Web 2 today because people are already actively trying to do this, albeit in less open manners.
And to your point, by the way, on that front, I don't know if any Web 2, I don't know if the personas or the cognitos of the world, or Tentix or whatever, when they go and sell, to your point, whether they do this or not, I don't think it's a sales proposition. I don't think anyone actually cares, right? What folks care about...
They don't even talk about it.
They don't talk about it, right? They talk about, hey, I can do this faster than my competitor. I might save you a couple cents, right? I can do it with AI. I can do whatever. I can detect more type of fraud. But at the very basic level, and I think we saw this, I think there are a lot of companies 2 years ago that try to do on-chain KYC, and it's worth bringing them and talking. I don't know enough, but I haven't seen, from my lens...
there's Fractal ID, there's
Barada.
Yeah, Civic.
Civic. That might be doing really well. It's not... I don't know if that's the value proposition they go to market with versus the value proposition of here's the thing I'm actually solving for you, which is making sure no one fraudulent goes through. So that's this interesting thing. We can solve this in Web3. Does it help anyone we solve this in Web3? I don't know.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I think we are still waiting for the critical amount of users on any developer consumer app to learn, like, hey, these are the pain points. I can't run this infra without KYC, identity, or reputation compute. And only that would be the litmus test to understand what is the monetization model. I think a little bit premature still because we don't have scale yet.
Do you guys think Mika is going to be that trigger?
What's going to be that trigger?
The markets and crypto assets bill. Oh, so like in last year, there was this bill that the EU passed, markets and crypto assets, MiCA, and applications that have a blockchain attached, deal with transactions, will require KYC AML to be published and distributed in Europe, in particular, in Jan 2025. I thought, so like...
I heard about Mika, I did not hear about that requirement, and that's coming up fast.
Yeah. And all of the KYC providers are talking about it, like, the ZK, Me, ZK Pass, and all of those guys.
Yeah, ZK Pass, yeah.
Yeah. So, like, I mean, I would, if it has the same effect as GDPR did on data protection, I think that might be a trigger that might be the use case that you're looking for that forces consumer applications to suddenly go like, okay, something, needs to, like, it just drives adoption for that, right? That identity use case.
I think one place where we think a lot about value creation and potentially value capture for a protocol is what are the things that are going to just cost too much for a developer to do, but are important for them to provide a useful experience, right? Which is a very simple thing that anyone would think about in any startup, not just crypto. And in our scenario, it is, hey, Google, Facebook, Apple, so many consumer apps have a bunch of GPUs, they have a bunch of money, they control the algorithms, they control the computing power, and they control the data. But in Web3, the data is open, and there are third-party developers like all of us which are trying to create meaningful user experiences, but everyone having to go and index data on the blockchain, running compute to make sense of their data, that's costly. And that's a high-friction thing. So what if we could run a compute protocol which could solve ranking and reputation, and people would just use, be able to, in almost like a no-code way, power amazing experiences using this infra. So that's how I would think about monetization.
I'm interested to hear your view on, have you guys explored doing this like computation thing for CAPTCHA? Or like DDoS, for
that's a
DDoS
great
prevention
example.
and connection?
We haven't
It's
tried
like-
yet, but that's a great line of thought.
So so recapture, like cross-sourcing, like everyone just compete. Yeah, that's maybe possible because I saw like many new projects. They are just claiming they're like a decentralized AI and or the decentralized Hugging Face. So they're just providing the data or just providing the like a clean data or sorted data that's just for the different like platform. They can just use the data to train their own model or something. So I think that would be interesting because each of the users, they have their own identity, like how they just provide the data to the trainer or to the model trainer. Yeah. So so I'm still thinking about like how if we can just run a computational layer or maybe the Oracle, they can just directly in and so let the data in and out like through the AI agent. So maybe the AI agent can just autonomously run on chain to just run some algorithm or to just interact with a smart contract. And yeah, basically, I think I personally believe that the future is gonna be like the AI agent is gonna just do many things for us, and automatically, yeah.
Has anybody else dived into capture apart from the AI use case?
AI use case in what way? Like
No,
beating capture?
I'm
or like
primarily talking about capture. Like, have you guys like, you know, there was capture that was first launched by Google. I'm just basically talking about like DDoS prevention at this point.
Yeah.
Like,
Sorry, what prevention?
Sorry.
What prevention?
DDoS.
DDoS.
Yeah.
DDoS prevention in particular.
So technically, you could use something like the eigentrust algorithm, which we're basing our compute on. Where it was initially used is similar to your captcha context. It was used for decentralized file sharing networks back in 2005, where if you download files from a Sybil-prone node network on the internet, you have to just quickly report back if you download a scam file or an empty file, etc. And there'll be an automated feedback loop which will rank every single peer in the network or every single node in the network. And you could find malicious actors, you can find bot farms, etc. So that could be applied in a way, but of course, I think it will be important to understand what would be the reputation heuristics or what would be this transitive
I'm actually
trust
trying
and
to
distrust.
figure that from you.
Yes.
Because
So I think if there are, so depending on what use case do you find captcha getting DDoSed, and if that data.
So I mean, if we take a look at like Web 2 today, that data is primarily through like edge node connections, right? Like Amazon has their edge nodes, Cloudflare has their edge nodes in particular. And websites like sign up to use these. If you're using Amazon, you set up your WAF and all that. And then they basically collect all of these IP addresses which are connecting to all of their bare metal instances. And then they, from that, run heuristics on it and then detect.
Right. So it's a little bit of a machine learning trained model that they use with all the parameters that they have amassed, perhaps.
Yeah, and I mean, it's all private, right? They just apply their own, and it's not just private. It's like literally dynamic because they change it as, you know, it's a cat and mouse game,
right?
In particular, yeah. I mean, I was just interested to hear your thoughts, whether you guys have explored that particular problem down to that.
Not yet. I think so far we've gone deep in anything where there's on-chain data or open data, even if it's on Ceramic, for example, and it's peer-to-peer, then we could really form a reputation graph. We could compute on that graph and then create a ranking system of every single peer in the network. So where this is useful is, let's say I could rank all smart contracts on any chain. I could rank any NFTs on any chain based on transitive transaction activity. So because all of that data is open, and you could form certain assumptions of what is scam and not, and just run the algo. But with captcha, we'll have to look deeper into what data is available, right? So that's kind of why we haven't gone there yet. But we've restricted ourselves to, hey, how do we solve for on-chain reputation, since that data is kind of open for us.
What would you say is your largest use case right now today? Where you're seeing the most traction? Yeah.
I think there are many layers. So one layer is really like, I was at the MetaMask security event today, and really the big picture is how do you solve for software security in a completely malicious environment? Like, you know, snaps are coming out. So MetaMask is going from a wallet to a platform where it's almost like execution environment. People can ship code, which is snaps. Now, if you let anyone publish snaps, pretty much like frames, but frames right now don't touch your wallet keys, right? It's not an ECDSA key. But with snaps, it's your wallet. How do you prevent any malicious actor to publish a snap and drain your funds? So for that, you need some kind of a reputation graph, reputation system, where you can endorse a snap from security research, reputable people, and people can report if there's a malicious activity happening. And that feedback loop is fast, it's trustworthy, and it's resilient. Like right now, how do we figure out security attacks? We go on Twitter, all the crypto Twitter people we follow, if someone says, hey, this smart contract was attacked, right? And this is billions of dollars worth of money lost. So I'm just talking about that use case, where you need some sort of a peer-to-peer reputation system to bring security measures into crypto. And it's needed because it's kind of an open data.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, just to clarify, just to make sure I understand. So they would do it essentially in a decentralized way where everyone can report that an app is a fraudulent, so like a decentralized flagging of an app.
Right.
And then if enough people do it over a short period of time.
So great question. So everyone can go and report if there's a fraudulent app. But everyone's voice is not the same, because I might be a better security researcher, but you might be even better than me. And if I want to just attack, like DDoS a snap, which might be safe, I might spin up 100,000 wallets and say, go and report that snap. But guess what? The reputation of each of those wallets is near zero, because not enough trustworthy people trust or vouch for that user. So this whole reporting system is community-based, but it cannot work without user reputation, because otherwise it's DDoSed or Sybil prone, right? So, and to build that, you need peer-to-peer user attestations, vouchers, using EAS or any other on-chain or off-chain attestation. Once you get that system rolling, then you have a user reputation which can be used for reporting snaps, for airdrops, for any of those things. So that's kind of the fundamental layer that we're trying to, in the stack, build. And also the caveat is reputation is context specific. So I will trust a security auditor's opinion about a fake snap or a frame more than just anyone who's active on social, right? So that's kind of the thinking.
Yeah, I think security is such a great use case. And then you mentioned airdrops. One other one I was going to bring up is governance, really online voting, right? And especially as we're building out these community graphs, being able to vote in communities and for other people's levels of community membership, it's really important that somebody can't create a bunch of fake accounts or duplicate accounts to increase the amount of voice they have by casting more votes. But really anything that has to do with online voting is prone to Sybil attacks. So.
Yeah, and Optimism alone as a chain is going to spend $100 million in RPGF this year. And the number one problem is they have to give away money in a distributed, decentralized fashion. Who gets money and who gets to decide? Both these questions need that fundamental identity and reputation answer too. How we use on-chain data, how we use impact metrics, how we use peer-to-peer vouching, all of these are answers to it. But even solving like just one chain having to spend $100 million, that's exactly one of the use cases.
Exactly. Yep.
Right. I think we have 8 minutes left. So since I'm not sure, do we still have the Q&A session or? Sorry, do we still have the Q&A session, or we just yeah, go. Okay, good. Yeah. I think thank you all for attending our like a mini summit, and you guys just provided so many new perspective and ideas to the identity side. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you guys.
Thank you so much for having us.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Omen.
Oh, there's some. Okay, that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah. Quick question. So, how do we define like different identities? Like, for example, I have my identity at my LinkedIn. I have my identity amongst my college friends. I have identity amongst my colleagues. These are all different kind of group of community, but I have a different key, private key for Lens protocol, and I have different key for DeFi. And how do we make sure that we cover like identity as a person rather than just fragmented category?
I can try to take a first stab at this. You're not gonna like the answer, but we can. I don't think we can. I think it's like forever gonna be chaos, because I'll just again let's look at Web 2. The way I use Gmail and Apple login is gonna be different than the way you use it. Technically the same systems, we're gonna use it very differently. And the way I used it a year ago is probably very different than the way I use it today. So even within just me, the way I define my identity changes over time, right? And the way I have my Twitter identity is different. And so honestly, I don't think we can. I think it's like identity is first it's identities, right? And I think inherently it's chaotic because a person is like evolves over time, and not to get too philosophical, a network of people evolves over time. And so I don't know if you can. I think you can give tools. I think there are going to be more prominent identities. My answer is you really can't define what is an identity. Yeah.
I think that's right, but I would draw a clear distinction between defining it and aggregating it, so it's not fragmented, right? So it's like, how do you define yourself as a person? That sounds like a great essay in a philosophy 101 class, and one you'll never get to the bottom of. But how do you aggregate yourself as a person? Well, here I am, right? So I think we can have a lot of different identities, and they can still all be aggregated by certain platforms as those aggregator providers, and then they can attest for you that you have a certain number of followers on Twitter, or that you've been KYC'd by this and this, or that you have a certain reputation in a certain community, giving you that you're good at so and so, that you're an expert on security, or whatever it might be. And all these things can be aggregated, and you can choose what gets attested in what context as it's needed, without having to define all of these things. That's actually a lot more philosophical and not really necessary.
Yeah, I think my take on this is that, and this is a never-ending, again, not to sound philosophical like all of us, but this is a never-ending spectrum between, so there's two things. One is a distinction between identity and reputation. I think identity is a little bit more about, hey, this is who you are, and I prove it, and it defines you, and it's defined by you in some way. Reputation is a little bit about how other people are interacting with you, what you're doing in that context, and how you build that reputation, right? So you might have a great reputation amongst your colleagues in your work environment. You might have a great reputation as a DeFi farmer in that environment, or as a layer 2 governance community voting person. Now, they can exist separately, and it's really context specific, which one gets used, if you want to combine, and I think that's the philosophical kind of way to think about it, is unless it's required, it doesn't matter, but the context of which one, like, hey, if you want to go for a job, you say, hey, talk to my colleagues, I have good reputation. If you want to go for a designing protocol economics for a DeFi protocol, and you're a DeFi farmer who's accrued a lot of reputation, you'd say, hey, check out my reputation. So I think it will be context specific that way to a lot of these points. But I also see identity and reputation a little bit different. Identity is a little bit more static, reputation is a little bit more dynamic, no pun intended. So yeah, so that's another kind of way to think about it.
I think it's just based on incentive. Like, do the user's incentive or the platform's incentive? Like for platforms, maybe they can just like combine all of your identities, your personas together, because they can just do the like marketing or the personalized ads. But for users, maybe you want to get airdrop from the community. Maybe they, like recently Starknet, they just test, are you a good, so not only you can just, so when you want to just get a Starknet airdrop, so you can try to use your GitHub and you can try to use your Ethereum like interaction. They can just test, are you a good hacker? Are you like interact more with Ethereum? Are you Ethereum builder? Or are you just like one of the contributor to the Starknet? So there are so many different like things, so many different identities, but based on your like incentive, how like when you have the incentive, you definitely want to combine together, but you don't have it, you want to just keep your privacy or keep it there, so there's no incentive, so keep it simple.
I think there's one more question.
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah. More of a follow-up question of the previous one. I absolutely agree with the fact that, you know, as far as identity is concerned, it's very much about application context. For example, you got a GitHub handle, you got a LinkedIn handle. So the question is, in crypto, right? What is the best application context where we can just have a useful identity? Is it ENS? Is it for DeFi? And the other side of the question is, say I'm going to build an awesome aggregator, right? What should we use as the ID for the aggregator? Is it a URL address, or maybe extend that a little bit? Is it maybe address for a smart contract wallet, or could it be ENS? So that's like the two questions I want to ask: the application context, or and the actual ID we can use to aggregate user data, or it could be DID, wallet address, ENS. I'm not sure. So
yeah,
that's the question.
My lens is that it's gonna be your identity in Web3, or like the way you establish your identity in Web3 is gonna be based. It's gonna arise from the apps you use most often on Web3. So I would say, let's look at the apps that have the most daily active users and the most time a person spends throughout the day in those apps. That's your identity. It's not ENS, right? You can buy an ENS name. It's going to be, you know, in Web3, it's either, again, going to be Lens or Farcaster. It might be the NFT marketplaces like Magic Eden or an OpenSea where you spend a lot of your time, or it might be, you know, one more version of that. But it's the same way, like, why is Google your identity? Because it's tied to your Gmail and you're in your email all day. And why is Instagram your identity? Because, or TikTok can be your identity because you open and you start your day with that, right? And so I would say your Web3 identity will likely tie into that. I would argue it's much more likely that a Farcaster or a Magic Eden become your identity versus a Uniswap, where you might trade once a day or once every week, versus might interact 10 times a day on a Magic Eden, might interact 100 times a day on the Lens, right? So that would be my argument for like where your identity would be rooted, and then everything is just services on top of it. So an ENS is just a service on top of it. But my identity is not my ENS. My ENS is just a very easy way for me to reflect my name on a Magic Eden or you know, a Farcaster. That's a little bit how I think about it.
All right, time's up. So thank you for attending. Yeah, thanks for everyone for listening.
Everyone.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, everyone who are still staying here. Instead of going for dinner, we have a 1 hour more of great panel, and then we'll wrap up this mini summit. But before everyone's leaving, many panelists who attended mini summit today will also be on Social Oneness Day, which is happening in Edge City on March 3rd. So we will have a full day of events, panels, and variety of activities, but we also have the most importantly, the Social Oneness Hackathon. So how many of you know about Social Oneness Day? Raise your hand if you know about Social Oneness Day. Everyone, attention. Okay, great if you don't know it. Now you know. Go on Luma, search for, or I can drop a QR code later so you can scan it and register for Social Oneness. But many OGs in the Web3 social space will be there on March 3rd. Okay, without further ado, I'm gonna invite all the panelists to be on the stage. Okay, can you all come? So one thing I love about Web3 is when you ask someone what are you doing in Web3 or who do you know in Web3, they usually give you a very, very different answer because Web3 has a lot of different facets. So the first time when I was told I'm going to moderate this panel, I was trying to find some similarity between all of the panelists, and I realized I really couldn't. It's such an eclectic panel with diversity of great builders and entrepreneurs here. So the title of this panel is Web3 Circles. So can each of you introduce yourself, the stuff you're building, and also maybe give a 1 or 2 sentences of which circle in Web3 you identified to be associated with. So I guess I'll start with David.
Hey, I'm David Furlong. I'm currently working on Frames.js and also Open Frames, which is a way to do frames in any ecosystem. And then circle-wise, I'm probably somewhat Farcaster related, having been building.
Farcaster Mafia.
Something like that.
Hey, I'm Sean. So I'm the CEO of Salus. Salus is a research-driven security firm. So we do security audits, as well as dedicated research and dedicated development. As in Circle, I guess, like white hat hacking, research, a little bit of VC, because I'm also involved in like investment as well.
Hey, hello, I'm Joey from Sending Labs. So we build an instance messenger for the Web3. So I think we just help everyone can just own your social assets and your community. We fight for all the community manager can have ownership for a community. So I think we provide an infrastructure just like a carrier for the Web3, and then we also provide an iMessenger style application for everyone. You can use a wallet address to chat with each other.
Hey, hello, testing. So I'm Sandy from Scroll. I'm building a ZK EVM layer 2 for Ethereum called Scroll. And prior to Scroll, I was in investing, and I was a social entrepreneur. And the slightly unexpected thing, I was also a regulator. So I bring a lot of diverse experience to this community building process, which is super fun. Good to be here.
Hi, I'm Andreas. I'm the co-founder of Fileverse. I'm also finishing my PhD on autonomous AI agents in hacking operations. And Fileverse, just briefly, is a trustless collaboration application platform. So you can imagine Notion or G Suite, including Gdocs, G Drive, and all that, but decentralized and in a way that cannot rug its users. Social circles. For the social circles, I would say I'm in the angry activists part of crypto, and unashamedly so. So, you know, if we talk a bit more about data, privacy, security, and all that, I'll get a bit red and stomp my feet.
Awesome. I want to steal a question I heard from the other panel is, I think it's suitable for this diverse lineup of the panel, which would be what kind of, a cliche question, but also could you guys could give me a really great answer, which could be, in the ideal world, in 20 years, how would you see yourself in that ideal world, and what's the trace of the ideal world would look like?
You go first.
Yeah, I chose the wrong seat. What was the question again? In 20 years, what does the ideal world look like that I'm in?
Yes, that you're in. Like, what role you're going to play?
I mean, I got into decentralized social because I thought that was the most broken part of the internet. And the internet's sort of a social technology at heart. So would love to see barriers be removed from the internet and have a more open internet. Specifically, would love to see the decoupling of the network effects from the products. And I think protocols are a great way to do that. I think protocols like Farcaster are very promising. So would love to help that happen on the internet in whatever way I can be helpful.
Can you be more specific? Like everyone use Farcaster in the future? Or like you see people on the street, like multi-billion people use it? Or?
I think protocols replacing sort of corporate networks will lead to more consumer choices and more competition. And that means better product experiences, and that means all the downstream effects of that, right? Like, you know, even dating apps, if there were open protocols for that sort of marketplace, you would have a lot more innovation, and, you know, more people would have great partners that they're happy with, right? So I think the downstream effects are across all things.
Well, in 20 years, I guess, first off, hopefully we won't be taken over, the world won't be taken over from robots first. And then as a security practitioner, I hope like to see more like people taking like security more seriously. As I'm seeing like a lot of these like as a security auditor myself, like I'm seeing a lot of these hacks happening in the space, no matter it's from smart contract perspective or like from the front end, back end server side. A lot of them can be dealt with if you have like a simple, you know, precaution, and then like do your self, you know, risk assessment like carefully. So I would say like hopefully like not even 20 years. I would say like maybe in like nearly like 2 or 3 years later, like the ideal world would be like there's no need for us as security auditors to be existed. Yeah, of course, like that is not running a security business. That's not good. But like that's the ideal world I'm looking at. Thank you.
Okay, so after 20 years, I think we wanted to be the carrier for the network states or the whole society, because we think right now all the blockchain is a kind of banking system. We help everyone to have your asset, right? You can control your own asset. But I think for the human being communication is very important. So we wanted to connect your mouse with your pocket. Use the iMessengers or some messengers. You also can just send message or even send the money. So I think in the future, maybe everything, just like you need to pay for the digital content, like a music, a movie, or anything. Maybe in the future, I think all the things we transfer from the messenger, like you take photo or share some just short videos, could be a NFT or any kind of things. So you can just tip in with all the digital assets. So we help to build a carrier. So everyone has messengers, so you can send and receive and organize all your community. Because we think the Web3 on the network state community is very important. Because we call it a vibe. Vibe build FOMO and vibe build everyone is a family, right? So they get together to build something. So I think the community is also a kind of social asset for all the owners. So like you own your community, like whatever, in Discord or in Telegram right now. If you ban, you lose everything. So I think we help everyone can hold this kind of asset in your wallet. So just like the Substack, it's a kind of email subscription system. But right now it's still very popular. So I think within maybe next 20 years, things will be changed. But the human being to communication with each other will not change, but in a different way.
I think in 20 years, a lot of the menial work and also operational work and repetitive work would hopefully be replaced. and hopefully more of us would be able to spend time with nature and entertaining each other, and the kind of work that requires empathy and forming human connections will become the predominant usage of our time and how we associate each other. In this world, I think kind of the social circle you're in and the social graph becomes both like on-chain and off-chain, and hopefully people live in nature and kind of come together in organic kind of ways in pop-up cities, and I think people can manage their own like assets and ideas and identity on-chain in a way that is like respectful of each other, and also there is kind of a governance process where different cultures and different types of communities can somewhat coexist.
Yeah, I really like that. It's a bit of the punk hippie soul that crypto actually has in it since the beginning. I would pretty much agree. I think that we're definitely going into something that is much more mutual aid and solidarity based in the next 20 years. I think that a lot of the internet will be hashes. I think cryptography will play a much bigger role in everybody's individual life. I think people will be able to impose the terms of their interactions with the world through cryptographic tools that are easy to actually leverage, rather than having to set up your PGP and trying to figure out how you interact with people that don't have a public and private key. I think that a lot of the AI work that we're seeing today is probably going to be invalidated in a few years. I don't think that we're going to continue with add as much compute and data and parameters as you can in a model, and it will figure out some world model. So I think that we'll go into maybe something that is much more efficient. I think that people will walk around with a good set of cryptographic tools and AI agents that are personalized to their needs and things like that. I also agree with you that it will be a lot more protocols on the internet, open protocols, rather than big corporations that can just randomly decide to take away your right to your own personal data, to your bank account, to all those things. So yeah, I definitely think that it will be a bit more of a free world where your identity is naturally extended into the internet.
Really appreciate the answers, and I actually want everyone to give some hot takes. How many of you have Farcaster here? I think a lot. Raise your hand if you have Farcaster. I think I was talking to a very respected Farcaster builders the other day, and we're just basically talking about what's going to happen in the bull market. And we came to this conclusion that Farcaster could be an incubator for whatever is going to happen in this bull market, because something called frames came out, and you can do like a really, really easy transaction or like airdrop or even token launch with a few lines of code. So I guess David will be my victim, but as a Farcaster mafia, what's your take on this wave of meme coins on Farcaster? Are you in it? If you're in it, like, do you think the meme coins is polluting the vision you just gave me? You know, the world you want to see in 20 years? How do you feel about this?
Sure, thank you. Yeah, I'm in it. I was the number 5 airdrop recipient of DGen, the initial airdrop. I mean, it's permissionless, right? So there's no way to prevent it. And it was sort of a innovation in trying to incentivize channel growth. And so I think we're going to see a lot more channel tokens that align the community around a shared meme. And so I think meme coins are actually a very interesting technology for growth. they're very simple to participate in, and they're very accessible, and it's easy to share them. And so I think we're going to see a lot more of it. In terms of whether it's helpful or hurtful, I think there is a lot of engagement farming in the feeds now that is sort of harming the average user experience. And apps will find antidotes to that. And so it's kind of inevitable in permissionless networks that there will be sort of the max casino or max exploitative plays by people to get max engagement farming. And so I think that's sort of a healthy balance. And I think most crypto products that succeed are a balance of sort of the missionaries and the sort of mercenaries or the sort of casino people. And so I think it's fine. And it's fun.
I was reading Chris Dixon's book, and he says there's two parties in crypto. There's the computer party and there's a casino party. But I think this division is probably a very confusing one and misleading one, because I see you as a computer person and a casino person at the same time. Maybe like everyone in this place coming to Denver, we're also embodied those two features. I think the next question I can ask Sandy is for Squirrel. You're launching your EVM, and the social is such a great area to grow your ecosystem. So what kind of social project are you expecting to incubate on Squirrel, and what kind of innovation you eager to see on Squirrel?
So I have a contrarian view on this one. I think the state of blockchain right now, it's going to be pretty hard to convince anybody to tweet or write twice on two different applications. In terms of information sharing, there are plenty of Web2 applications that have created a fantastic and seamless user experience. And so the only reason that would motivate someone to be on a different application and open a different set of UI UX and tweet to a new set of people is if there is a kind of a value layer tied to it. So I think, Friendtech is an example of that, and I think Farcaster has a lot of like builder energy, which is fantastic, but I think a large percentage of people who are on Farcaster, myself included, are somewhat there hoping for an airdrop. And I think it's important to kind of be realistic and embrace the nature of Web3 interaction and how it differs from purely information sharing. And if the nature of the crux of Web3 social is about kind of like you build something and then that accrues value, and then the community you build accrues value, I think there are plenty of other things on chain that can achieve these types of communication. But having said that, there are quite a few kind of social projects attempts on Scroll, and we're keen to see how they grow. So I think the Superfluid team just launched something today on Scroll. I think the goal is to kind of share alpha, and the goal is to kind of share kind of opportunities. I think they're trying to solve the problem where an ecosystem like Scroll has something like 100 or 200 projects. So it's still growing and new and very, very nascent, but it's already starting to create the problem where users can't find the highest yield or can't find things to do. So like I think all Web2 projects, no matter how big or small, has like a landing page and an ecosystem page. And it has to come up with some sort of formula of ranking, which nobody really likes. And it doesn't really help the right kind of users discover the right kind of projects. So it's trying to solve that problem, which I think is perhaps a niche that needs to be filled. I think I'm very excited about its launch. And also just generally very excited to see kind of the types of social products that are realistic about why people are on Web3 right now, given the high onboarding friction, and if I can kind of interact for free, why would I want to pay like any amount of gas to interact? So whether that, like, what offsets that kind of friction and value, I think I would love to see more builders kind of experiment in that space.
Cool. I want to ask another question, just following on Sandy's take about this hyper financialization. I remember I entered the crypto space 2022 during ETHDenver, so this is my third ETHDenver. So I was definitely a newbie back in 2022 when everyone need to take a COVID test to go into the castle in order to get a free swag into the booth. So during that bull market, I probably paid 3 ETH for an NFT, which is really sad. Worst investment in my life. But for this bull market, what's your fear? I know a lot of entrepreneurs, they're scared of bull market. So what's your attitude of this bull market? Anyone wants to take? Or excitement.
Yeah, I'll start with a fear. The fear is that. So I agree. A lot of people are here for the value layer. I think that it's important that we don't just close our eyes, ignore that, even if we're building social applications that are leveraging global consensus and blockchains, basically. But one of my fears is actually for that to overshadow a little bit a lot of the other value that you can retrieve from global consensus, from objective identity, from things like that. And another big fear that just became much more real is actually TradFi organizations actually eating up a lot of what I consider the important culture of the space. Yes, I'm very happy to see Bitcoin and Ethereum pump today, but I'm really afraid of BlackRock owning 4 out of 5 of the biggest mining firms of Bitcoin, of everyone in the crypto space maybe, or every new entrant going through ETF to buy Bitcoin instead of even being a little bit exposed to public key, private key. Why is it important? Why should you have a wallet always with you? So I'm afraid that this global adoption, the excitement that is happening around the current bull market is actually great for the value. Maybe one of the most scary things that the space has had to deal with in a long time, where you have big bucks, big regulators and big tech companies actually entering the space and telling us what the space should look like in the next 5, 20 years, rather than us doing our thing like usual. So that would be fear, I would say. And just to jump on something that you mentioned before with David, I think Farcaster is probably one of the most exciting things happening today in crypto. For one simple reason, it's, to me, or at least maybe it's a simplistic analogy, but it feels like what happened in 2020 in the bull market with everybody being excited with the composability of DeFi protocols. You first had the Compound, then you had first Maker, then Compound, then Yearn, then a bunch of sushis and stuff like that. And I see that happening right now with the social side of crypto, where a user on Farcaster can also be a user on Fileverse simultaneously. Why? Because, you know, it leverages a smart contract of Fileverse, but the person stays where they want to be, which is on their Farcaster feed. And that really, it's we're creating a feed where people can be in 10 different crypto places at the same time, 10 different smart contracts, while staying exactly where they want to be, where the others are hanging out, where they might get an opportunity for an airdrop, etc. Yeah.
I want to hear from Sean and Joey. What's your sentiment about the bull market?
And because we have experienced a lot of different bear market and bull market, so I think we start to build a startup company from 2010. So at that time, I think we can say we've come from the Web 2. So I think the Web 2 and Web 3, they have different style. So first things, in the previous region, and everyone say, I wanted to change the world, I wanted to build something. So that was on the Web 2. But you see it finally, like the Google, Yahoo, or every tech giant, they say they don't be evil, but they control everything. They're the biggest evil. So I think that was the traditional Web 2 developers. But I think in Web 3, interesting things, a lot of people say Web 3, they have a lot of scammer, they have a rock and pool and something. But I feel interesting. So every just true builder, they build something in the bear market, and then they go up with in the bear market, but they go up in the bull market. But in bull market, they attract a lot of money, energies. So a lot of people, maybe they release some just air coin or narrative to get a lot of money. But finally, when they get the resource and money, they feel, oh, I have the ability, maybe I can change the world. So every time a new idea, new narrative, and new things always come from the bull market. And then finally, maybe the next round, a lot of just blow the bubbles, and then they got a lot of true builders and keep doing the actually things. So they build an infrastructure, they build a protocol. So give the next round a more opportunity, and then the learning, they can just have and teach the whole builders and the whole market. So I feel the whole Web3, the time is not measured by the year or second or hour. They calculate by the candle bar, they calculate by the regions. So I think every bull market and bear market, we just feel, okay, we has passed 1 year and 1 generation. So I think that was my insight.
Yeah, for me, I totally agree. So basically the market, I've been around the market since like 2015, so been through a few bear, a few bulls. So well, the bulls, like when there's hype, there's gonna be correction. So like when there's hype, like people start speculative trading, and then there's a little bit of value creation, and then it goes down. When the bear market start building again, a lot more like useful stuff, infrastructure coming out. So that's definitely like kind of like what Ray was saying in the cycle. So this is the crypto cycle. And like before, when I first started in crypto, I was a high frequency trader. So I do a lot of quantity development. One advice I can give everyone is that always stay calm. Like it's good to be excited when you're trading, when you're doing this and that, but always like try to stay calm when you're doing anything. Because like having too much excitement would actually be bad for speculate trading and stuff like that. And yeah, so I do agree with what you said just now about the TradFi thing. One reason I quit trading is because like I'm not that kind of person. I don't have that DNA. So I started to do more primary market and more security stuff, like start to protect people. Yeah, and yeah, so that's pretty much my tech. Thank you.
I want to sort of make the conversation go back to Farcaster. David, you mentioned that the meme coins could potentially empower channels. Can you elaborate on that? And how would you view channels? And do you think channels on one particular client on Farcaster could be somehow monopoly, or like taking a lot of power from other builders who could potentially build a client?
Yeah, I mean, I think channels are a great growth mechanism for a social protocol. So they kind of split up the feed into a bunch of sub-communities that each can have their own culture, their own sort of like key people that are pushing it forward, that are popular in that ecosystem. And that's also the way in which Farcaster could reach a non-crypto audience without them having to be exposed to crypto, right? You could create an app where all the crypto stuff is just hidden, and you only see the food channel and the fitness channel and all the other channels that are non-crypto related. And then I think tokens are just a great way to align the community, right? Like, currently there's sort of a moderation question of like, how will content in channels be moderated? Who's going to do it? And there's some experiments happening where in order to post in a channel, you have to like pay $1, and then if you get kicked out, you have to pay $1 to post again. So it's a one-time fee, but basically, I think channel tokens are going to be massive. So we've seen this with DGen. We're seeing this a little bit, but you know, channels are a distribution media. It's a bit like subscribing to someone's Paragraph or Mirror, where convincing someone to join your channel and using some sort of incentive mechanism to proliferate your channel and get other people to promote it. I think tokens are most likely the way to do it. And ERC20s are easier than NFTs in many ways. So I think it's early days.
Yeah. So before this panel, we were sitting on the couch and talking about, basically we touched upon this one concern, which is how to prevent Farcaster from behaving evil. And I think with you, we also talked about the acquisition of Skiff being acquired by Notion, which was quite a shocking news for a lot of decentralized builders and cryptographers, seeing this amazing gold child encrypted information sharing system being acquired by this company where it's headquartered in San Francisco, sort of controlled by a lot of San Francisco regular tech dudes. So I guess my question is for both of you, like as a very influential a builder in certain ecosystem, like both of you, how would you hold a bigger platform or bigger ecosystem more accountable?
Well, I've got a few ideas. Just one thing that I remembered while David was talking about Farcaster, I saw this statistic 2 days ago on Farcaster that something like 30% of every Farcaster user at some point tipped someone in DGen, which is crazy. You have an app that actually got a lot of people excited, even a bit outside of crypto. I recommended it to my parents to be on Farcaster because there is a fitness channel. And it's crazy because they're being exposed to this thing that they receive for free, and they can give to someone else for free as well, and it creates this virtual cycle, which is pretty cool, and less, pure speculation like we've had in the past. So quickly on the channels. Now, keeping big platforms accountable. You mentioned don't be evil, or you mentioned don't be evil? You mentioned don't be evil. I really like, I don't know who said it first in crypto, but the can't be evil. So there are ways to actually impose to some big companies some restrictions. So in the European Union, and Sandy as an ex-regulator might know a little bit more than me on that, but there is something called the right to exit. It is incredibly important for an EU citizen to be able to take all their data, take their social graph, and port it from one platform to the other. Now, enforcement has been pretty terrible, but I really like the idea, and I think that the things that all of us are building here are actually tools that kind of impose that on big companies or big tech platforms like you're suggesting. So I think that us or the crypto space building those types of primitives that people can take, use it as an identity or their main identity rather than email, and whenever they log in onto this big platform, instead of creating an entry on their database, they're saying, hey, I already have my backpack with me. Here's my data. Here's what you should know about me. Here are my restrictions also. Here's what you can do with my data. This is amazing. A lot of people are building that in crypto. Let's see who's the first one to actually get some big enterprise clients to have that enabled, or maybe we'll actually force big tech platforms to adopt our type of tech. So passphrase are a good bridge between those two spaces, and an example of what could come about from the type of tech we're building and the type of big tech that people rely on every day. Yeah.
Okay. I think we still have 20 minutes. Is there like anything you would love to discuss? If no, we can maybe have the audience to ask some questions.
Yeah. I just had one quick question for Sandy. Sorry, I'm the blah blah guy here. But
So first of all, thank you for building on Scroll.
you're welcome. I was hoping when you asked the question of who are you excited about on the Scroll ecosystem, you would say Fiverr, but it's okay.
Also very, very excited about Fiverr.
You heard it here, folks.
Shout out to Flowers.
Yeah, I need to adopt some of the builder vibe energy.
Yeah. It's all dog fooding until things actually start working on their own, right?
Yeah.
At least in the crypto space, that's a type of solidarity that is supernatural to everyone here. Like everybody's gonna recommend somebody else's project or build on 10 different projects and stack them up. So a quick question I had, you were mentioning that a lot of the crypto apps should actually be a bit more honest with themselves and face the fact that a lot of people come for value side of crypto and expose them potentially more to the fact that, okay, there is a gas cost that you need to pay for certain types of interactions. I think I mostly agree, but I also see a lot of the space going towards a model that would invalidate that almost, with smart accounts, with paymasters, with a subsidy of a lot of user transactions to get them to enjoy maybe some aspects of global consensus without the cost of, yeah.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think the killer expansion phase for crypto will come when the end user doesn't need to deal with passphrases and doesn't need to deal with gas. So gas is a major design bug, but it exists for a reason. It exists because you need to pay for proofs, you need to pay for decentralization, you need to pay for security. There is a trade-off and a very kind of quick descending order. The more you extract the security away from the blockchain and the more you extract decentralization element, the cheaper it could be. I think Solana has already demonstrated this, and multiple L1s have also demonstrated this. It's kind of this trade-off between decentralization, security, and scalability. So so there are things that are like a major breakthrough, like a scientific breakthrough, like I think ZK EVM in some sense it's pushing the design space forward and expanding the triangle. And then there is the work of just extracting away the security from the whole stack, and in order to make it cheaper and more palatable. And I think if you kind of use a different DA, use a different stack, and extract some of this away, the cost can be negligible. And then for key users and key use cases, it is 100% possible to incentivize and pay for everything on the back. And but I think with all of these trade-offs, there is you do pay for it eventually. There's no such thing as like free things in the world. So when you question like, where's the product and why am I getting this for free? This is the same reason why like Web2 has happened. Like if you don't know like who's paying, then you're the product. You're the food.
Yeah.
Like there's someone paying. Like when you're using a so-called Web3 product and everything's for free, either there's a major breakthrough that happens somewhere, or somebody's paying for it. And then they're paying for it with an incentive in mind, and they're paying for it because they're after something else. So I think it's very easy in a bull market to forget about these things. And in a bear market, or when we're all like a little bit calmer, a little bit more rational, people tend to remember why we're in this place in the first place. And I think we're heading towards a year of very, very fast kind of new user onboarding. And I think the race is on to like acquire new users, and somebody needs to kind of, you know, I think it's important that some entrepreneurs are trying to kind of push the boundaries while maintaining the principles of kind of why we're here. And if you're not honest about kind of why someone would pay for gas, then you're not going to get to the crux of what Web3 can solve. So I would very much like to forget about the gas problem. It's our #1 complaint in the community. Everyone thinks it could be cheaper, and we're working as hard as we could to make everything cheaper.
Yeah.
And there's a roadmap to get to 10x, 100x cheaper through like optimization and optimizing different sides of the stack. But if you're compromising security, then I think there is a responsibility in terms of, you know, then it's like a very different product.
Okay, I love it. Thank you.
Well, now I have a question for you. What's the most exciting thing for you about Scroll?
There are a few things actually. First of all is the team. I think that I'm not trying to be a kiss ass here.
Feel free. Love it.
But I've met a few people from the team. I think so. Last year was my first ETH Denver, and the Scroll booth was buzzing. And it was really cool because I was having completely different conversations that I was having in most of the conference, mainly for one thing, and I'm very biased. They were telling me about privacy. And this is something that's super core to what Falvus is building. So it's not something you hear enough of, I would say, in crypto generally, for understandable reasons. So I know that it is on their mind. I don't know yet what's coming maybe at the blockchain layer for that, but it is something that I'm quite excited about. The second is the scalability of ZK EVMs, as I understand them, means that the more users you have, the further the costs will drop actually for those users, and the gas costs and all that. At least this is how Validium-based blockchains work. This is something super exciting for us because when you're not a financial application and your users don't come just like 6 times a week to do a swap, and they actually come 50 times a day to send a document to someone, to do an edit on a collab doc or whatever, you need more transactions, and transactions that can actually be bundled together, that can maybe be represented through some attestations, that can be more efficient, etc. So Scroll is a great place to test a lot of those things. But yeah, it's still an open question on which blockchain layer is ideal for social applications, I would say. Yeah.
I see. Thanks for the answer. Do you have?
Sure. I would take the other side of that. I think what we've seen with Farcaster Frames particularly is that people don't want to pay for things. And there's a lot of like sponsored gas transactions that are very cheap on L2s or being sponsored by Base or Paymasters. And what we are seeing is there's like sponsored transactions for, you know, early engaged community or some other criteria that's sort of like a Sybil proof. And then everyone else has to pay some gas fee or something. Yeah. And I think, especially with social, like if we want to reach the masses, like it needs to be free, and we're seeing business models where clients can monetize more than they subsidize, right? So Farcaster has a registration fee as a sort of civil protection, but Warpcast is basically sponsoring that for a lot of like countries right now, just based off their calculations of being able to earn that back off of transaction fees and other fees.
Yeah.
So I would say, especially in social, like I think gas fees shouldn't exist, and a lot of the infrastructure shouldn't be on chain as a result, right? Like Farcaster is largely off chain.
I think I agree. It's just that there is still the issue that Sandy was raising, that somebody is paying for it. Like we did 2 big Farcaster campaigns. We had over like almost 10K transactions. 4,000 unique minters, and we took the cost. And then we were very happy to get an email by the base team, hey, do you want to actually take our money to subsidize what you just did, which is great. It is 15 pages of bureaucratic paperwork to get 0.2 ETH though. So there is a cost. Somebody is paying that cost. No shade to the base team. Thank you for subsidizing this. It's just, you know, there are hidden costs here and there, and yeah, I am not sure how much of it should be hidden, because it hides some part of, you know, incentives, hidden biases, hidden objectives, stuff like that. So there is a fine line there somewhere. I'm not sure where it is. Yeah.
Okay, let's open the floor to the audience. Anyone has questions for our extraordinary panelists? I guess everyone's just hungry. Who's hungry here? Okay, let's give a round of applause to our panelists. And thank you for their great answers. And now we can head to dinner. Thank you.
Thanks.